Y'all, hey, let me turn off my stuff and say hello to the people. It's gonna restart. I'm not getting to it quick enough. But hey, y'all, hey, what is going on? Oh shit, hold on. A lot of stuff is going on now. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate your support. Um, seems that I had a lot of more information to upload, so please excuse me for stepping back a half hour off of the live and then being late. Regina Myers, just my thought. Uh, Regina M. Thank you guys for being here. Hey, Room Shaker. Thank you guys all for being here. Please hit the like button and I have not set my goals. Let me set my goals because you guys know that the only goals that I have is to give you some information that you may have not heard already. So I'm going to set my goals right now. Um, and please, if you've learned something you did not know over here today, just help me meet my goals, because those are my goals. Okay, here we go. Now, uh, if you guys, wait a minute. Okay, I've set my goals. So if you guys are unaware, this country and we as a people appear to be in a lot of trouble. A lot of trouble. Uh, so, um, let me share something with you right quick. If you heard 45, 47 going off about the left yesterday in this shooting of Charlie Kirk and talking about all this retribution that they were going to get on the left without even having a suspect in custody. Uh, uh, he touted all of this left wing violence while ignoring all of the right wing violence. So let's refresh his and our own memories about what is really going on in this nation. So here we go. Let me share uh, Mehdi Hassan's post. Here are the actual facts for those with conveniently short memories. The man who targeted and killed Democrat state lawmaker Melissa Hoffman and her husband too in their home in Minnesota on June in June was a Trump supporter, a rabid Trump supporter. Let me see. Okay. The man charged with attempted assassination of Pennsylvania Democrat Governor Josh Shapiro was a Trump supporter. The man convicted of orchestrating series of shootings at the homes of four Democrat elected officials in New Mexico. Y'all don't remember that story? He had lost an election, and he was running for office, and he was busted at, actually, I believe, at one of the houses with his pal pal to unalive some Democratic elected officials in New Mexico in 2022. He was a Trump supporter, the man who tried to kidnap Democrat House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and assaulted her husband Paul Pelosi, which Donald Trump Jr. and 4547 actually made jokes about it. If you remember 4547 Jr. Put a pair of dirty white boxers not, they weren't boxers, they were tidy whities, a pair of dirty white tidy whities on a bed and a hammer on top of it, and said that that was going to be his Halloween costume. If you don't remember, 45, 47 was making jokes about, oh, how is that, how is he doing, I heard somebody broke in or not. They were trying to make it appear like the attacker of Paul Pelosi was some homosexual hookup that Paul Pelosi was having. Who don't remember that? Who don't remember this? Okay, a man who tried to kidnap the Democrat House Speaker, Nancy. Oh, I said that. The men who wanted to hang Mike Pence on January 6th. Are we forgetting the hang Mike Pence people who was there to support 45, 47, to interrupt the validation of the actual vote where Biden beat 45, 47? We forgot about them. The men who killed the son of Obama appointed Judge Esther Salas in 2020 was a Trump supporter. If you guys don't remember that story, they killed this judge's son, and allegedly they were trying to kill her whole family, and including her. The men who were convicted of trying to kidnap Michigan Democratic Governor Gretchen Whitmire. Who don't remember that big plot that they had to kidnap the governor of Michigan, and they had a whole place that they had planned to take her in the whole night. But none of that was mentioned last night. The men who set pipe bombs at the homes of Obama, Biden, and Clinton and other top Democrats in 2018 was a Trump supporter. No mention of that. The man who killed left wing activist Heather Heyer after driving his car into a crowd of counter protesters in Charlottesville. You remember the protest where they had their tiki torches? The Jews would not replace us. White supremacist rally where that dude killed a counter protester by I mean, he was speeding down that street so fast in reverse, and killed none of this was mentioned in the 45 47's of rhetoric about political violence. Okay, so let me drop this link so you can read this article. I didn't put it in my description box. I was just reading it, and I will drop it in the chat so you can read it as well. Okay, here we go. Here's that link, and if you're not subscribed to what is it called? It's ZETEO, Mehdi Hassan, ZETEO. If you're not Zeteo, if you're not subscribed to them, I think you may want to go over there and check out. He has a YouTube channel, and he also has this Substack that he does articles in. So I think that it is a very important time for us to get real. The rewriting of history in this whole situation is just mind-blowing. So let's get into it. Let's get into some content about the rewriting of history. If you guys are unaware, hey Bernice, hey Vibrant Low, thank you guys for being here. I don't believe anyone in this chat right now have forgotten about the hatred and evils that have been done to this country, that continues to be done now. I'm sorry. Hey, the 185, lived a hell of a life, and I can guarantee we ain't seen nothing yet. You ain't said nothing but a word. This shit is about to get nasty. And there are some suspicions. Now, I need you I'm gonna drop the link so you can review this video for yourself. let me see who did the amazing Lucas. Uh, I've never played any of his content. Uh, I hope. Oh, he is very very good. Uh, we're gonna introduce ourselves to who flags were flying half mast. Uh we are going to review content of a person who said that many many horrible things about black people, about gay people, about guns, and we're gonna review all of this. Now, after we review this, let me drop this link for you. Uh, Let me drop this link for you first. The amazing Lucas. I hope you go over there and check out this video. Um, the truth needs to be told. Now, all of this, oh, he was a great man and he loved his family. We all love our families. For the most part, all of us love our families. But the people he was uh 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 deriding as being unworthy people to even have a space in the United States, they love their families as well. Blacks, gays, transgender, whatever, Jewish, all of these people, they love their family as well. So are we going to get a what he are we eligible for a he's getting a congressional medal of something. Let me see. No, that's not it. Okay, so let's review some of the things that he has said. Uh Haiti is uh legitimately infested with demonic voodoo that allows practitioners to do quasi levitation stuff. When Andrew was in Haiti, there were common stories about people turning into cats at night. So I can't see the rest of this. It's blocked. Let me see. It's blocked by the comments. Which I don't know. They all knew someone that turned into cat. So this is what um, Kirk had to say about Haitians. Let's review some of the things that was able to pull, and then we can go forward because I'm all over the place right now, child. It's a lot. Okay, so uh, it's all your fault. Okay. Now, white people have a simple choice to make: be conquered, enslaved, raped, and genocided while being called racist, or number two, reclaim our nation and our dignity while being called racist. It's that simple. It's that simple. So they're calling a war on everyone who is not a straight white Christian nationalist, in my opinion. Uh, we don't have a gun problem. We have a Democrat problem. What is this one? Okay, this is another list of things that was not included in the left, our radical left wing violent people. I want you to go and check out this video by Secular Points, Kyle Kalinske, where there is a slew of stuff that is put on X. This is war. The Democrat Party must be classified as domestic terror organization, and their members leaders treated accordingly. Enough is enough. Charlie Kirk getting shot is the shot heard around the country. Oh, really? Is it? Now, what else? They've declared war. Who is they? Who is they? Who is this they? Now, there are reports that there were some trans words and some something about no fascist found on the bullet. So, is this where we're getting this they from? Is this where we're getting this they from? So, allegedly, there are reports about something about supporting transsexuals and not supporting fascism on the bullets. But where does this sound like a copycat thing? When have you ever heard of anything being inscribed on bullets, except for when that CEO from United Healthcare got shot down in the streets? When have you ever heard of any of this? So, is this a copycat thing that's going on, and they're taking from something that has not even been presented as fact as the left did this? Okay, if you didn't know that, now you know. Okay, there's no going back after this. There's no more words to be said. The only way this ends is the complete annihilation of the Democrat Party. This is what's being shared on uh Twitter. And look at the owner of Twitter up here in the upper right corner. The left is the party of murder. The left is the party of a murder. I don't know what party he's talking about. I wasn't aware that there was a party called the left, but what he said is the left is the party of murder. The leftists lectured us for the last decade about the dangers of violence from the right wing, as they should have, as they should have. Because statistics show that you are the most politically violent people in the United States. So wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? Now, nobody has even proven that this should be to be anything about leftism. Okay. The Democrat Party is a domestic terrorist organization who most fanatics will not hesitate to murder their political opponents. This is not a one-off event. Well, where's the two-off? Where's the two-off event that will prove that this is just not a one-off event? Okay, so they're hyping up the bullshit and the rhetoric. And why should you be concerned about that? You should be very there's pages of this. Let's explore more. Okay, okay. I don't want the National Guard sent to Democratic cities anymore. I want the Air Force sent. Okay, so y'all thought that the National Guard was there for you. There, so he obviously he obviously know that the National Guard was not being sent to Democratic cities for a goodwill, but he just he wants a Tulsa solution. You know, the Tulsa solution where they bombed Tulsa, Oklahoma, the black thriving community in Tulsa. He just want Democratic cities to be bombed out of the United States. There is no going back after this. There is no more words to be said. The only way this ends is the complete annihilation of the Democratic Party. Charlie Kirk being assassinated is the American righteous fire. This time for the complete crackdown on the left. Every Democratic politician must be arrested and the party banned under RICO. Every libertard commentator must be shut down. Socialistic terrorism. They caused this. Now he's using Hitler rhetoric to say that there's something wrong with the left when none of this has nothing has come out about this. It's time to bring the hammer down on the left. For most Fox House Jesse Waters, they are they are at war with us, whether we want to accept it or not. They are at war with us, and what are we going to do about it? That's a Fox News commentator. They're repeating. The last time the radical left orchestrated a wave of violence and terror, J. Edgar Hoover shut it all down within a few years. It's time within the confines of the law to infiltrate, disrupt, arrest, and incarcerate incarcerate all of those who are responsible for this chaos. I can barely see this because this one is blurry. Charlie Kirk has been shot. Enough is enough. Democrats needs to be labeled as a terrorist organization. Now, this is just a little bit. Now I talked to you about Laura Loomer. Laura Loomer, who has quite a bit of influence over 45, 47. So let's look at Laura Loomer when she felt that Charlie Kirk did something or said something that did not align with 45, 47 politics. Wait a minute. I don't want to hear Charlie Kirk's claim he is pro 45, 47 ever again. After this weekend, I say he has revealed himself as a political opportunist, and I have had a front row seat to witness the mental gymnastics of these last 10 years. Lately, Charlie has decided to behave like a Christian, claiming to be pro Trump one day while he stabs Trump in the back the next. Turning Point USA was only able to thrive thanks to the generosity of President 4547. On the year anniversary of the assassination attempt on 4547's life, Charlie hosted comic Dave Smith at Turning Points USA SAS conference, where Dave Smith was able to speak to a bunch of conservative youth at an organization that claims to be pro-Trump. So she has a problem with free speech. 3 weeks ago, Dave Smith called for the President Trump to be impeached and removed from office over his decision to blow up the Iran nuclear facilities. Okay. So because David Smith used his constitutional free speech, she has a problem with Charlie Kirk asking him to his Turning Point USA convention. Okay, we got it. Charlie played both sides of the Iran issue on his new show, as well as we all saw, because he wants to play both sides of the aisle. The honorable thing to do. Let me find my glasses. The honorable thing to do. My goodness. Is to have a position that actually defend it to the death instead of flip-flopping. So he needed to defend something that he did not feel was defensible. He had to agree with the great leader, either if he agreed or not. That was the honorable thing to do, according to Laura Loomer. Smith said that all of MAGA should turn on Trump and abandon him. He said that 3 weeks ago. See the clip below. So therefore, he was invited on Charlie Kirk's show, and therefore, you should turn your backs on Charlie Kirk, because inviting him on the show, he was a flip flopper. But you know what happened? Do you know what happened? Mysteriously, Laura Loomer has deleted this post. Now, this is what Laura Loomer had to say about Charlie Kirk most recently. That post has been deleted. Now, this is what Laura Loomer is saying. Every prominent Laura Loomer, it's time for the Trump administration to shut down, defund, prosecute every single leftist organization. If you are a Democrat organization, she is calling for it to be shut down and defunded and prosecuted. If Charlie Kirk dies from his injury, his life cannot be in vain. Is my living in vain? That's a Christian song about your living is. Don't let my living be in vain, or something to that effect. I can't remember the lyrics. But they're acting like this dude is God. We must shut these lunatic leftists down once and for all. The left is a political something. I can't see it. My banner is over it. I apologize. Let me remove my banner. The left is a national security threat. So, and this is someone who has power to tell 45, 47 who to hire, fire, uh, Congressional Medal of Honor. Yes, T. Danielle. Thank you. Um, what? Yes. Okay. 45, 47 and his regime are using the death of Kirk to spew hate and division of parties. 47 loves to use the word war for some form of violence. Shameless propaganda to incite and distract, not going. But 45, 47 loves the uneducated voter. Let's be clear. Do we think that all of these people who follow 45, 47? No. These are willfully ignorant people. Let me see, what is this? Now, we have Clay Higgins. I'm going to use congressional authority in every influence with big tech platforms to mandate immediate ban for life every post or commenter that belittled the assassination of Charlie Kirk. You know, the Charlie Kirk who was making jokes about George Floyd, that Charlie Kirk, and many other black people. Okay, we're gonna get into what Charlie Kirk represented, and all of this. And after you understand who Charlie Kirk represented, understand why they are pushing so hard for this. Okay, if they ran their mouth, if they used their free speech, is that what you're saying? If they ran their mouth with their smart ass hatred, celebrating the heinous murder of that beautiful young man who dedicated his whole life to delivering respectful, conservative truth to the hearts of liberal enclave universities, armed only with a Bible and his microphone and a constitution. These profiles must come down. He's saying that all social media must block the free speech of anybody who had something that he considers vile about Charlie Kirk being shot down. Okay, I'm 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 going to lean forward in this fight, demanding that big tech have zero tolerance for violent political hate content. Well then, you're trying to get 45, 47 banned again. You're trying to get most of the right wing banned from social media. Is that what you're trying to do? The user to be banned from all platforms forever. I'm also going after their businesses and licenses and permitting. Their businesses will be blacklisted aggressively. Is this some McCarthyism? Is this what we're doing? Their businesses will be blacklisted aggressively. They should be kicked from every school, and their driver's license should be revoked. I'm basically going to cancel with extreme prejudice these evil, sick animals who celebrated Charlie Kirk's assassination. I'm starting that today. That is all. That, that is all. Hey, Styles with Tisa. He will not succeed. That is against the so-called constitution that they supposedly hold so dear. Now, the point that I'm making here is they are using this as an excuse to do exactly that. Now, what you should know about that school in Utah and their gun-loving stuff, the University of Utah posted an update under the changes in HB 128, which went into effect on May 7th. Individuals who are 18 years or older and have a current Utah concealed weapons permit may carry weapons on campus, including in an open fashion. So, Utah law allowed these guns to be on their facilities. They actually absolutely allowed open carry guns. Um, okay. So if they saw somebody with a gun, there was really nothing they could do because it was allowed under their law. Okay, what else? Let me see what else. Now, when those I think they were Congress people in Minnesota were unalive, oh God, Tim Walz, Kamala's VP, who was running with Kamala as the VP, he was the governor of Minnesota when this happened. And Trump said, I won't waste my time calling Minnesota governor after the slayings. Okay, I would like it to be noted that every Democrat Twitter from, let me see, I can't, this is overlay. Let me remove this overlay. I apologize. I would like it to be noted that every Democrat on Twitter, from Gavin Newsom to John Favreau to fucking Brooklyn Dad Defiant, is condemning the shooting of Charlie Kirk, but not a single Republican condemned the assassination of Melissa Horton. Are we clear on this? Are we clear on this? Let's continue. I have a couple of more things that I want to show to you. Who is this person? The Charlie Kirk Show. Charlie Kirk condemns Zohan Mandami for how he disgustingly eats rice. We in the West value, I think it is, we in the West value, let me remove this. Utensils. Okay. So, any little complaint to have about a Muslim who is in the lead for the presidential run. Is there any more? Charlie Kirk says that it doesn't feel right for London and New York to have Muslim mayors. Is this who we is this who we are about to uproot everything in the Constitution and try to have an excuse to do the final solution that was outlined in Project 2025? So is this what we're doing? Charlie Kirk says government workers operate as worthless parasites on the American taxpayer. Oh really? Charlie Kirk. Oh, I did the Haiti thing. Now here is another list of stuff. Okay. That has been attributed to Charlie Kirk. Gay people should be stoned to death. Most people are scared when they see a black pilot flying a plane. Taylor should reject feminism and submit to her husband. No one should be allowed to retire. Leftists should not be allowed to move to red states. British colonialism was what made the world decent. The guy who assaulted the Pelosi's should be bailed out and interviewed, he said. Religious freedom should be terminated. Multiple black politicians stole white people's spot. He said that Kadanji, uh, what is her name? Kadanji, the first black Supreme Court female, and Kamala Harris were DEI hires. Okay, so multiple black politicians stole white people's spot. MLK Jr. was an awful person. The great replacement theory is reality. Hydrocolonic cures COVID. Vaccine requirements are medical apartheid. Gun deaths are acceptable in order to have a Second Amendment. Women's natural place is under their husband's control. Parents should prevent their daughters from taking birth control. George Floyd had it coming. The January 6th protesters did nothing wrong. The 1964 Civil Rights Act was a huge mistake, encouraging parents to protect mask mandates. He was against that. Um, no, he encouraged parents to protest mask mandates. Mandami winning in New York is a travesty because the Muslims did the 9/11 attack. Muslims only come to America to destabilize Western civilization. Palestine doesn't exist, and those who support it are, I don't know. I can't, that Palestine isn't a state. Okay, so these are some of the rhetoric. Hey, Madison. Hey, Candy Cane. I wonder what the people of Minnesota are feeling after the assassination of Melissa Horton. They should be sick to their stomachs. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. It's an open carry state unless you're black. Okay. Now, let me get back to let me give you some more information. Now, I want to know what do you guys think about all this rhetoric that's being ramped up, or have you even heard all the rhetoric that has been ramped up behind this death? So, they are trying to prevent people from even telling the truth about who Charlie Kirk was. So let's be clear. So let's get into some more information about who Charlie Kirk really is. uh, I want to. Oh, and there was a guy on MSNBC yesterday while they were doing all of this kissing up and oh he was this and he was that and he was that. He was a he, in my opinion, was very dangerous to democracy. He was one of those Christian right people who was coming out here really spoon feeding a lot of revisionist histories, a whole lot of lies to make it appear as if no one else had a place in the United States but white people. Now I'm going to say that. That's what he came out here and did. And he was one of the Christian rights who felt that government and should be governed via the Bible. I'm gonna show you a couple of clips, but one guy came on MSNBC as they were jaw jerking and not telling you who he really is and what he really represents. What he really represented was something you should be concerned about, being concerned that uh, young people who vote are not getting the other side of the story. He had a large following of college people. That's why he had used to do all of these things on college campuses. He had ensured a decades long of Republican support. That's why he was so admired, because he was able to get these young people to fall for the lies and the bullshit that he was putting out. That's why he was so valuable to the Republican Party. It was about votes. Those votes that they want black people to believe that really don't matter. The information that black people are unconcerned about their own history, that they don't know, they know nothing about and have no interest in knowing about, and thus they sit on their ass and they pander in bullshit while all of this shit is going on. That okay. I keep digressing. MSNBC had a host who came on, and he didn't beride him. What he said is he pandered in a lot of hate speech, and he stated the facts. And he didn't say it's good that he got well, but he didn't say any of that. He let you know exactly what he felt that Charlie Kirk has done in the public square. Do you know the next segment after they came back from commercial, they made a apology about what the person had said, and we apologize so bad for what he said, and we don't believe in this, that, and the other. And then they fired him. He can never come back on MSNBC. So let me share this with you. More information. Let me see. Let me share this with you. Here we go. Democracy Now. We have somebody who is actually going to. Now, if you didn't hear what 4547 said, it's also funny that this person who talks about the greatness of the white race, he right before he was shot, he was asked a question: do you know how many mass shooters they are? And he didn't want to get into the mass shooting thing of it all. Why didn't he want to get into it? Because we know that mass shootings are done predominantly by white males. So how he tried to include black people in it? He said, "Well, are you counting black? Are you counting gang members as well?" And then the shots rang out. And it's just so ironic that he is trying to get away from the harms that young white men have afflicted on this country, and trying to drag black people into their mess. And are you trying to include gang violence into this? So let me share this with you.
Police believe Kirk was killed by a single shot, possibly fired from a nearby roof. Kirk was shot as he was responding to a question by...
1 second. I apologize.
In the country. He was a close ally of President Trump and one of the most influential young voices in the MAGA movement. Police believe Kirk was killed by a single shot, possibly fired from a nearby roof. Kirk was shot as he was responding to a question by an audience member about how many transgender individuals have been mass shooters.
There's a lot, right? I'm going to give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
Police have not yet identified the shooter, but on Wednesday night, President Trump blamed the shooting on, well, what he called the radical left.
It's a long past time for all Americans and the media to confront the fact that violence and murder are the tragic consequence of demonizing those with whom you disagree day after day, year after year, in the most hateful and despicable way possible. For years, those on the radical left have compared wonderful Americans like Charlie to Nazis and the world's worst mass murderers and criminals. This kind of rhetoric is directly responsible for the terrorism that we're seeing in our country today, and it must stop right now. My administration will find each and every one of those who contributed to this atrocity and to other political violence, including the organizations that fund it and support it, as well as those who go after our judges, law enforcement officials, and everyone else who brings order to our country.
During his address, Trump referenced several other attacks on public figures, including attempts on his own life, but made no mention of any Democratic politicians who've been the target of political violence. The shooting of Charlie Kirk comes less than 3 months after a Trump supporter assassinated Democratic state lawmaker Melissa Hortman and her husband in their home. Meanwhile, a number of prominent right-wing figures are already calling for Trump to target left-wing groups. Elon Musk wrote on X, quote, "The left is the party of murder." The Manhattan Institute's Christopher Rufo wrote on X, "The last time the radical left orchestrated a wave of violence and terror, J. Edgar Hoover shut it all down within a few years. It's time, within the confines of the law, to infiltrate, disrupt, arrest, and incarcerate all of those who are responsible for this chaos," end quote. Meanwhile, the far-right influencer Laura Loomer also wrote on X, quote, "The best way President Trump can reinforce Charlie's legacy is by cracking down on the left with the full force of the government. Jail every single leftist who makes a threat of political violence. We can't allow for these people to live among us in society."
These comments come despite evidence the vast majority of political violence in the United States is committed by the far right. Last year, a unit of the Department of Justice published a major study on domestic terrorism. It found, quote, since 1990, far-right extremists have committed far more ideologically motivated homicides than far-left or radical Islamist extremists, including 227 events that took more than 520 lives, unquote. We're joined now by Jeff Sharlet, who's written extensively about political violence. He's journalist, author, and professor.
And let me make sure my mic is on. You have got this is the reason why I am playing his comments are very good, very informative.
Of English and Creative Writing at Dartmouth College. His latest book is The Undertow: Scenes from a Slow Civil War. His most recent post on Substack is The Struggle is Long. Thank you so much for joining us, Professor Jeff Sharlet. First, if you can respond to this horrific moment yesterday as he was taking questions from the crowd, the assassination, one bullet to the neck. Talk about your response.
I think we're in a moment of great peril. The minute I heard this, spending the time that I do amongst right-wingers and reading right-wing media and fascist media and understanding their imagination of the moment, which is, look, I'm not going to take away that they've lost one of their own, and I don't doubt some of them mourn him, but you also see a certain amount of glee rippling through that world. The language that I keep seeing is the gloves are off, everything's on the table, it's on, now it's time to do it, right? So there's a sense in which rather than mourning their fallen comrade, they're seeing it as, some are seeing it as a license to further escalate political violence.
Well, Jeff Sharlet, if you could just provide some broader context, explain who Charlie Kirk was and the kind of extremely broad influence that he had. I mean, some have commented that, in fact, he was more important for Trump than some of his cabinet secretaries.
Yeah, I really think this is, he's one of the great underestimated figures outside right-wing organizing circles. And that's because he had a 3-hour daily, a 3-hour talk show. He had a bigger presence on TikTok than most political figures. And so he was misunderstood as an influencer, and he was that. But primarily and fundamentally, what he was an organizer, and a very, very effective one. Political analysts quibble over how essential he was to swinging so much of the youth vote to Trump. But there's no question that he was a huge, huge part of it. And he did that by transforming far-right youth politics in America. The previous organizations had always been built around ideology, whether it was kind of a William F. Buckley conservatism or libertarianism. And Kirk's insight was absolute devotion to the great leader, cult of personality, a central tenet of fascism. His politics would change. His enemies were Trump's enemies, whoever that was that day. He was in so many ways, and I think Trump viewed him as the son he really wanted to have, a figure of tremendous influence, and I think that's important for us to understand because the scale of the right-wing reaction is going to correlate with that.
Professor Sharlet, talk about Turning Point USA. What is the significance of this organization and his role in building it?
So he founded it in 2012, and at the time he was kind of a Tea Party Republican.
18 years old, right?
Yes, he was a young guy. He decided to drop out of college. I think a lot of people make a lot of that, and he couldn't even go to college. What the guy could do was organize and charm rich old white men and raise money, and he did it. And he grew and grew it, and then took a turn.
And he is so popular because his message was able to resonate with young white voters and have them on the chain in this disgusting Republican Party that it has turned into. I figured he broke some clanny code or something, and they'll use this for a civil war. That is what 45, 47 came out there and tried to ramp them up to do, trying to pretend like leftist political violence is so horrible when they have not even approved, even tried to prove who did this. Now, why? I'll let this play.
Toward Christian nationalism. It had originally been largely secular. It had originally been somewhat indifferent to or agnostic on LGBTQ plus rights, but he would see the moment. He was very good at, like his hero Trump, at sort of tacking ever rightward wherever the current would take him. He built it to this behemoth that has chapters on hundreds and hundreds of college campuses. I think it's worth noting because you're seeing some people saying, well, I disagree with what he said, but he was a champion of free speech. He died debating. Look, the fact that he was murdered doesn't change the fact that he also he was an opponent of free speech. There's no other way to cut it for a man who created something called Professor Watch List, School Board Watch List, to name and frighten people from teaching, who advocated restrictions on what school teachers could teach, who called for, and there's a clip you can see online, who called for the televised public executions. And he had a pretty broad category in mind, but what was really chilling was he wanted this to be required viewing for children. And you can look at this clip and you can see his colleagues, they're sort of trolling, but Kirk again and again pulls it back to seriousness. And he says, no, this isn't a joke. This has to be a holy experience, a teaching experience for children, watching enemies be killed. That is not a champion of free speech.
Jeff Sharlet, his main issues are immigration, women's rights, abortion, gun control, a major one, as you talked about. He repeatedly praised the Second Amendment. This is going back to April 2023.
Never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. Wow. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights.
And this is Charlie Kirk speaking on his podcast in June, discussing mass deportation, what he called Project 10 Million, which would launch a soft civil war, he said, in the United States.
I'm telling you, everybody, we need to do Project 10 million. Project 10 million is removing the 10 million alien invaders in this country. We have 25, 30 million. 10 million is going to be a big number in 4 years, which is basically going to launch a soft civil war in the major cities. That's why what's happening in New York is so important, which we'll talk about later in the show. That's why what's happening in LA is so important.
So that was Charlie Kirk. Chef Sharlet, your response.
Yeah, you said his big issues and you gave a list. I would say his big issue was singular. It was whiteness. And he would express it in any number of different kind of ways. When he spoke of immigration, he was a subscriber to the conspiracy theory known as the Great Replacement Theory. And he was explicit in his very old school anti-Semitic ideas that mysterious Jewish donors were funding an effort to de-whiten America. He was radicalizing even further rightward before his eyes. Until 2023, he would praise MLK. Afterwards, he started calling the Civil Rights Act one of the great wrongs of American life. And he would engage in openly racist talk, saying that, I don't even like to give it voice, but saying that Black women didn't have the mental processing power to hold these positions of responsibility. And if you saw one in such a place, she had stolen that job. Again and again, it came into whiteness. And he clothed it in a Christianity that was unrecognizable to so many Christians of real faith. It was an extreme language, and as with Trumpism in general, it was mutating and moving ever rightward right before our eyes.
So, Jeff, you wrote right after the shooting, soon after the shooting yesterday, Wednesday, you warned people not to celebrate. You wrote, "If I have any credibility with you from 20 years of reporting on right-wing and fascist movements, please listen when I beg you not to celebrate Charlie Kirk getting shot. Don't celebrate it. Don't mock it." On the one hand, you saw quotes, tweets, people on social media doing that. On the other hand, this morning, you've commented on this piece, and I'd just like to read an excerpt. New York Times opinion columnist Ezra Klein writing this morning, quote, "You can dislike much of what Kirk believed, and the following statement is still true. Kirk was practicing politics in exactly the right way. He was showing up to campuses and talking with anyone who would talk to him. He was one of the era's most effective practitioners of persuasion. When the left thought its hold on the hearts and minds of college students was nearly absolute, Kirk showed up again and again to break it. Slowly, then all at once, he did. College-age voters shifted sharply right in the 2024 election," Ezra Klein wrote again this morning in the New York Times. So if you could comment on that.
Yeah, I mean, here's a really, to me, very simple fact. Murder is murder. You don't celebrate it. You don't need to mock it.
Okay, so now a lot of people, without reading Ezra Klein's piece, have just by looking at the title, what he's saying is that the Democrats have taken their vote for granted. The Democrat has taken the black vote for granted. Therefore, they do not even try to approach any issues that are important to the black voter, because they feel like whatever is going to happen, y'all not going to vote for the Republicans. So we're not even going to try to pretend like we're going to be interested in your issues. Now, in saying that, there is a lot of stuff coming out about Kamala Harris's book, her new memoir, and I haven't gone into that because I'm not really interested in it. But there are a lot of headlines that saying that she was throwing Biden under the bus, and she decided to let him and his wife decide if he was going to run, and well, that's indicative of being a leader. That's indicative of being a leader. But what you did do when you came out here and run, you said you would not do anything different than what Biden was doing with Israel, and we see that was a big mistake. And you never found your own voice about Israel unless that really was your own voice. So it's a lot of blaming Biden and all of that stuff going on in this book. But my point is, the Democrats have to do better. The Democrats aren't even doing shit with all of our rights being snatched away. Talking about they sent a firm worded letter to different Republicans and all of this type of shit. That don't mean shit. That don't mean shit. The Democrats are not organizing like this man was organizing young voters by hook or by crook with a bunch of lies. Okay, so that's all I got to say about that.
But you also don't euphemize. You don't whitewash the dead. Kirk did not practice politics in the right way. He boasted of fomenting the J6 insurrection. As I said, he called for televised executions. He used the most vile language. He practiced a McCarthyism on campuses. This is not free speech. There is no need in speaking. We can speak against political violence without somehow twisting ourselves around to defend others who spoke for it. We don't have to imitate Kirk's violent rhetoric. And nor do we have to cover it up. We have to name it accurately. Accurately is what it was. We have to name the murder of Kirk accurately as what it was, an assassination, a murder. I said if my whatever 20 years reporting gives me any credibility, a whole lot of people told me it doesn't. We're in a moment where I understand the anger of people want to celebrate it. They think, I hear people saying, what more can fascism do? There's already troops in our cities. We're already there. And I say, there's more they can do. There's more that they've written of doing. And the struggle, I think, the struggle is to, at every step of the way, name as accurately the moment we are in, such that we can resist the tide toward full civil war that people like Charlie Kirk seem to be interested in pulling us into.
And we're going to be talking about troops in the streets of the United States in just 1 minute. But Charlie Kirk was going to be coming to Dartmouth. Is that right, Jeff Sharlet? Yeah. Just in the next few weeks. He was set up to debate Hassan Piker, and that was sold out immediately.
Yes, and I have to admit I'm not teaching this term, so that was news to me. I don't have anything to say to that other than the recognition. Let's also not fool ourselves. I think there's a temptation to say, the only people he was able to pull onto his side were a few know-nothings. No, he was able to move a real youth vote. He was able to turn a lot of young people toward the right. Despite his racism, he managed to find a perverse way of fooling a number of young Black people into believing him. He was an effective organizer. That's not a tribute to him. I want to be really clear. Sometimes we make the mistake of saying someone is good at something, that they're good at doing what they do means that they're good, and he was no good. But he was effective, and his organization goes on past him.
Hassan Piker said this is a terrifying incident before Trump announced Kirk's death. He said the reverberation of people seeking out vengeance in the aftermath of this violent, abhorrent incident is going to be genuinely worrisome. Thanks for watching.
It's going to be worrisome because he is promoting it. Now, let me share this with you. One of Kirk's. They're trying to frame everything as not being racism by saying that they are following Christian values. So the rise of the Christian nationalists. If you don't understand the rise of the Christian nationalists who don't think that women should have the right to vote, that their husband should vote for them, all of this type of talk that is brewing up, and that the nation should be run on Christian values. Let's get into that talk of it all. A Christian nationalist. That's is what Charlie Kirk said, identified as. So I have the Christian nationalists who are creating all white communities for themselves by getting their Christian white attorneys to subjugate the fair housing rights, where this is not allowed under the Constitution that they love so much. Okay, let's get into this. Is 6 years ago. This Christian nationalist stuff, came up. Here we go. In regards to mass shootings and Christian nationalists. Here we go.
Surfaced online shortly before the El Paso shooting. Now, a 4-page manifesto that surfaced online shortly before the El Paso shooting could actually be linked to the shooter. The language in that document reflects some really extreme beliefs, leading us to look into the role that white nationalism plays in mass shootings. ABC4's Rosie Nguyen joins us in studio now live with what she found. Rosie?
Don, some of these manifestos indicate that a number of mass shooters are being inspired by one another. Social justice advocates say they're seeing a rise in deadly attacks motivated by white supremacist beliefs, which they're calling domestic terrorism.
El Paso police now taking a close look at a manifesto released online shortly before Saturday's shooting, which they suspect belonged to the gunman. The document used anti-immigrant language and mirrored white supremacist beliefs, expressing support to the mass shooting in Christchurch, New Zealand.
They are often looking to, if you will, quote one another. They will cite prior instances of violence.
Researchers with the Anti-Defamation League say Saturday's shooting is the deadliest white supremacist attack in the U.S. in more than 50 years. Data from New America shows that since 9/11, there have been slightly more attacks motivated by far right-wing than jihadist ideologies.
There is an effort here to spread the ideology, to inspire one another. And to drive further extremism.
Social justice advocates say they're urging Congress to pass the Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act of 2019 to assess and reduce right-wing extremist threats.
We need to say that, no, I'm sorry, we are a nation of immigrants. All people are welcome here. And that type of lawless and rogue behavior is not tolerated, is not part of the American society.
Investigators say they're treating the El Paso mass shooting as a case of domestic terrorism. In his White House.
Okay, and why is that important? You may ask. Because these white supremacists have decided they will go under the flag of white nationalists. Let me see. So, with that being said, they are upholding the rights for all these guns, no gun legislation, and Charlie Kirk was one of the main people who spoke about people trying to have common sense gun laws as people who were extremists. And let's see exactly what he said about these people being extremists who wanted common sense gun laws.
So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. Right. You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home, by having more armed guards in front of schools.
Okay, so you can reduce gun deaths by having more fathers in the home and having more guns at school. You were at a school where it was allowed they were allowed to open carry guns. Oh, are we clear? Was he not at a university? Is that not a school? Okay, and you were a father who was actually in the home. Has been reported that his wife and children was at this event. So not only were you in the home. Okay, so check.
We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. Nobody talks like this. They live in a complete alternate universe. So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. Right. You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home, by having more...
So, my point is he is disingenuously talking about reducing gun violence. It's fathers in the home, it's more guns at schools. And he's okay with gun deaths. You're just going to have a few gun deaths. So if he's okay with it, why are all of these Republicans up in arms ready to go to war with Democrats and they don't even know who did this? If he's okay with it. If he's okay with it, why aren't they okay with it? They're okay with it every other time when it happens in schools, in churches, in all this. They're okay with it when black grocery stores and black churches are shot up. Why aren't they not okay with it now? You ever ask yourself this? He's okay with it. He said, I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun death every single year. He said it's worth it. So maybe it was worth it to him yesterday. let me put this link in the chat. I did not put it in my description box as of yet. Hey, Happy Life, but here is the link right here. You can peruse it, and I just wanted to share that with you. Okay. It is critical time, Regina. Okay, so now let me play you something else. Now I want you. I'm not gonna interrupt this. I swear. I just want you to notice when this person having this conversation is cut off. Uh, uh, you got to notice it for yourself. When does this person get cut off? Let me make sure I rewind this. This was not
So I'm
yesterday.
particularly concerned about your.
This is not yesterday. Understand that he did. That's how he got a young following by doing these debates or conversations the past couple of years, and understand that he did not prop up on the scene with all of this rhetoric until President Obama was elected into office. A college dropout at the age of 15 suddenly got so immersed with this type of politics. Let's continue.
Your brand of Christianity as a Christian myself, Christian nationalism, I do not agree. So I'm particularly concerned about your brand of Christianity as a Christian myself. Christian nationalism, I do not agree with at all. I think it's antithetical to the values of the early church. And I think, how do you reconcile especially white Christians in this America, marrying politics and power with their faith in this country?
There's a lot there. I've never described myself as a Christian nationalist. So I'm a Christian and a nationalist, so I've never used those two.
And then right there, that and nationalist. Where in the scriptures does a Christian?
Well, thank you. Jeremiah 29:7, demand the welfare of the nation that you are in, because your welfare is tied to your nation's welfare. Let me continue. Daniel fasted and prayed for his nation. Esther and Mordecai cared for their nation. They were counsel to the king.
Right.
Nehemiah, Jeremiah, Joseph, Jacob. I could keep on going. Moses, Aaron. In fact, Moses was so political that he wrote an entire book of the Torah all about how to set up a government. It's the book of Deuteronomy. So, in fact, the Bible is an explicitly political text amongst many other things.
Now, can we interpret those texts in the light of the revelation of Christ? Because you just cited all Old Testament texts, but you've not once cited St. Paul.
Okay, yeah. If you want me to also, by the way, just
cite,
so we are
St. Paul about the kingdom of heaven and the governance.
Just so we're clear, do you think that the New Testament is greater than the Old Testament?
It is. It is greater because the revelation of Christ dictates how we interpret the Old Testament.
So you think that all of a sudden, like Genesis 1 is not as great just because of the New Testament?
The Old Testament was a type and shadow of the things to come, and now we live in the full revelation of Christ.
Again,
so it is by definition
that is
lesser.
Such a dangerous theological.
That's not true. That's Christological theology.
Hold on. Of course, I believe in the resurrection, but to all of a sudden say that, like, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, is like somehow lesser because of the revelation of the New Testament. Christ even said, "I did not come to abolish the law of the prophets; I came to fulfill the law." In fact, he said all the laws of the prophet hang on the two teachings, Leviticus 19 and Deuteronomy 3-5.
So I'm particularly concerned about your brand of Christianity as a Christian myself.
Okay, I wanted you to see that. You see how he cut him off when he started to make a good point. He thought that this was going to be easy work. These people are Christian nationalists who want to overrun the government, and so white supremacy wasn't looking that good out here. But they still have white supremacist views that they're hiding under the cloak of Christian nationalists. So, why do you think that there is a big rise in Christian nationalists? It's by design. It's to try to pretend like these white supremacist views that they are astounding out here are only Christian values. These are good people. They are still expounding the whole white nationalist views. That's my whole point. Now, I noticed. I'm glad you noticed that as well. Ronnie Q, do you think that we are headed for a civil war? I definitely think that we are headed towards a civil. I think that if it's not a civil war, uh, I think we are definitely headed for some type of world war, and it could be a civil war. We are so busy fighting amongst ourselves in the United States, and that is a good way for the United States to get us to ignore how 45, 47 is making all of these illegal strikes on sovereign nations, calling that boat of 11 people who could more than likely been migrants who had actually turned their boat around to go back to Venezuela when they were struck. All of this type of all of these war crimes that the United States have committed and have been helping to commit via Israel. I think that they're trying to get the attention off of us, and it's easy to guide sheep because sheep are dumb. And 45, 47 said he loves a uneducated voter, but he loves them because it's easy to guide them. They're looking at you and me and Muslims and gays and trans people ready to take all of our American rights. These allegedly constitution loving people are okay with racking up the rights of American citizens based on you're not white, male, and straight. I have a gut feeling that it's definitely going to get worse. I've had a gut feeling that a sheep is the dumbest, and I've had a gut feeling that it was going to get worse, and thus I was, trying to call it out from the rooftops during this election. And I have 6 people in my chat. I have 6 people in my chat. You get that? You get that? The dumbest people in centuries don't even care about anything that's going on in the world around them. Don't want any facts. Just want to walk around on feelings. Just want to walk around on feelings and be loud and wrong. Don't want to hear somebody tell them that they need to get their personal protection in order. Because when it's too late, it's always too late. When it's too late, and when they tell you you can only get 6 things to feel your personal protection a week, a day, a month, it's too late. Do you understand that these other people have been stockpiling their personal protection for years? And you got motherfuckers worrying about what a drunk fool is talking about. You got motherfuckers worrying about bitches with no teeth who obviously has schizophrenia is talking about. It's just mind blowing. It's really mind blowing. Okay. Let me continue. What they say, if you hid information in a well, you usually do have information in a book. If you hide information in a book, so many of us will miss out on it. So many of us will miss out on it. But I am using the internet to give information that is freely out here. I found it. I hope to share it with you. Okay, so let me share this with you. Now, if you are unaware, that the head FBI agent in that region was fired. There is now a lawsuit going on has been filed against the FBI. Are you clear on the whole division of the FBI counterterrorism has been taken off their jobs to assist in ICE raids? Are you aware of that? Are you aware of that? So they want to blame this on left leaning politicians and left leaning Democrats, while they have disbanded the whole counterterrorism operation in the FBI. Do you wonder why cockeyed Cash Patel came out here twice yesterday and having to redact that they have the shooter? Twice. Cash Patel, the sycophant who is over the FBI, came out twice and said that they have the person who had committed these crimes. Let's get into some information that we may not know about. He came out twice, and I had to rescind that information because the head of the FBI bureau was told that they would have to relocate somewhere in Arkansas, for God's sakes. And the person said, "Fuck that! Nah, I'm taking my retirement." A person who had been in the FBI for years, and now some of the litmus tests that they are giving FBI agents is, did you vote for 4547 in 2024? Will you service the department and fire people who we tell you to fire, who we don't like because of what they did to 4547? These are the litmus tests for high-ranking positions in the FBI. Now, do you think that a regular FBI facility would have been on top of this more? And let's talk about the plane. Did you guys hear about the plane that left an hour after this shooting? Did y'all hear about the plane? The plane. Y'all didn't hear about the aircraft, a private aircraft that left. It's a 12-minute drive to an airport. Did you hear the FBI say that they even closed down airports or anything, since they're acting like the Pope got shot yesterday? Did they close down the airport? No, because there was a private plane that took off an hour after this shooting, and the private plane, after they were in the air for a half an hour, they turned off all of their locators where you could identify that the plane was even in the air, how high the plane was in the air, how fast the plane was going. They turned off their locators, and then 45 minutes later, they turned the locators back on, and they were on their way back to the initial airport they left. Let's hear about this airplane. Let's hear about this airplane. While Cash Patel is saying, "Oh, we got him. Oh no, we don't got him. Oh, we got him. Oh no, I was mistaken." Okay, y'all didn't hear nothing about that, did you? I don't know. Maybe you have. Let me see if you guys have heard about that. Let me find that information. There's also, now, my husband, when my husband heard about this, and he heard about the shot, I didn't hear exactly. When my husband heard about the shot, my husband was like, "That seems like some professional shit." That's exactly what he said. He said, "That seems like some professional shit." Now, we would be remiss if we didn't we didn't notice that the National Guards were put on our streets because a Doge 19-year-old Doge kid got punched in the nose, so therefore the National Guards have been put on our streets. Now, would we be remiss that now this has happened? They're talking about all of this inciting war up into the, and he is not calming down any of the fucking hate and bullshit. Your president is only fanning the flames of to the point that people are rightly so thinking that this nation is about to blow up like a powder keg. I would be remiss if there is speculation if this was not a professional job. Now, why is there speculation about if this is or not a professional job? Because he was 200 yards away and there was 15 miles an hour wind, and he shot one shot in the neck. Okay, that these are reports that they're being put out. Why would this be speculated as being a professional job? Because there were two people who were arrested. The first older gentleman who was bent over, he said, "Hey, I did it, I did it." And as they were cuffing him, he said, "Shoot me, shoot me. You're on your knees, bent over, so they don't have an excuse to shoot you. You didn't have a cell phone. They had your hands behind your back. They didn't have an excuse." Now, if you were a black man bent over on your knees, you were an older white man. If you were a black man who had a cell phone in your hand, they would have shot you if you said you did it. Okay, so there was that, and then there was a second man who was arrested. Why was this second man arrested? Because this second man was walking around the campus, which he has every right to do, since they've changed the law to allow this. He had a long rifle, but it was a pellet gun of some sort. So they show him being arrested and put in the car. So why is this important? This is important is because this man starts saying that he did it, and shoot him right after the shots were fired. This other guy was accosted minutes later. Why is that important? Because all of the attention that is being paid to these two people does what? It gives cover and gives time for the real shooter to get away. Now these are reports that are out there. Let's get into those report secular talk. I'm gonna drop his link in the chat. He was covering that this morning, Kyle Kalinske. So let's get into that. If you didn't know that, hey, Miss Juicy. Let me see what you said, Leonard. Nefarious as fuck. Just very nefarious as fuck. This is where I got the information about the aircraft as well. Let's get to the information about the aircraft. Where is that? Oh, and this is a witness. If you haven't heard this witness tell his story, let's hear this witness tell his story about us being there. Now, this is about the FBI bureau chief who was over this whole region, who was not giving a reason why they were fired, but they happened to be Muslim. Check that. The special agent in charge of Salt Lake City, Mahtab Shahid, is being forced out just 6 months after being appointed in February for reasons that are not clear, the source said. Associate Deputy J. William Rivers, who worked for Bongino and Patel, told Saeed she wasn't a good fit for the office, which covers Utah, Idaho, and Montana, the sources said. He offered her a lower level job in the FBI, Huntsville, Alabama. Gee, thanks, but no thanks. But she had decided to retire, the source said. Now, they are actually suing the FBI for these type of firings. Okay, let's get into this witness though.
her a lower level job in the FBI's Huntsville, Alabama facility, but she has decided to retire. So they forced out the person who's the head of the FBI in this region, and now they don't know what the fuck to do. They're scrambling when it comes to this investigation. They really have nothing, bro. They really have nothing so far. Here we have an eyewitness who talks about what he saw, and this is one of the reasons that we know the decoy was indeed a decoy. Listen to this.
After I got done talking to him, I really couldn't exit because there's such a big crowd. So I turned around, and like 10 to 20 seconds later, after I got done talking to Charlie, I saw that he was shot in the neck and that he was squirting blood everywhere. But I was piecing things together, and it was really weird because the second guest that I talked to, before I went and asked him the question, what I was going to ask him, he was talking to him about how he was going to ask about transgenderism or something like that, but nothing about shootings. And this is the irony that came to me, which was like, right when he asked that, not like 5-10 seconds later, he was shot. And not only that, right after that, someone confessed to it who had no weapon, which makes me think that it was clearly a setup and that multiple people were involved. So, but prior to that, that's all I saw because everyone was squirming. I didn't see anyone fire a shot. I think it had to come from an elevated position for sure.
That's crazy. So, yeah, the guy...
Okay, let's get into it. Let's get into the conspiracy of it all. I want to thank Secular Talk. I dropped the link in my chat, giving you this alleged setup. And wouldn't that, we got the National Guard because somebody got beat up by two 15-year-olds, and we got the National Guards in our street. Wouldn't this amp it up a lot for them to just come in and try to take away all our constitutional rights? All of this hyperbole and hype, even Muskrat allowing all of this hate speech on his channel, and even him himself saying the left is a murderous party or whatever it was I showed you. He said, okay, the subject of the horrific shooting today that took the life of Charlie Kirk is the murderer is now in custody. This is what Patel is saying. Thank you to the local and state authorities in Utah for your partnership with the FBI. We will provide updates. Readers added in context. Director Patel has since published and updated from his official FBI FBI Director Cash handled that the subject in custody has been released after an interrogation by law enforcement and that the FBI's investigation continues, meaning Mr. Kirk's killer still remains at large and to this day. So this is Cash Patel's post that somebody was in custody. Let's get into this.
That took the life of Charlie Kirk is now in custody. Thank you to the local and state authorities in Utah for your partnership with the FBI. We will provide updates when able. And then as you can see, the community note right underneath it says, Director Patel has since published an update from his official FBI Director Cash handle that, quote, the subject in custody has been released after an interrogation by law enforcement, and that the FBI's investigation continues, meaning Mr. Kirk's killer remains at large. So guys, there were two separate times where the FBI goes, all right, we got him. Good stuff. We got somebody in custody. And then immediately after that, we hear, nope, it wasn't the right person. We released him.
This person down here made a good point at the bottom. Phyllis Goodman, making a mistake in the middle of chaos is an epic screw up. And this is who we have as the head of the FBI. An epic screw up with cock eyes.
Separate times. In fact, there was one time where a press conference was going on, and I think Patel or one of the other FBI people was saying something on Twitter, saying they apprehended the person, and then in the press conference, they were like, we do not have the person. Okay, just right off the bat here, this is flat out amateur hour. Total amateur hour. And look, this is what happens when you pack the FBI full of political hacks and sycophants whose only qualification is that they gargle Trump's nuts. This is what's going to happen. He's not fit for this. Now, by the way, I should also point out, I'll bring this up now, but I'll have more on this in a little bit. Immediately after the shooting, there were two diversions in the crowd. Two diversions in the crowd. Somebody who made it seem like oh, it was me, I did the shooting, shoot me now, shoot me now. Somebody who said that and did that, and then somebody else who was walking around campus with a pellet gun at the same time. So 2 diversions in the crowd that basically threw law enforcement off the scent of the person who actually did it. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think I need to tell you that smells like a professional hit job. This wasn't some haphazard last-minute person who's pilled up and who's severely depressed and, you know, who's off their shit. I'm going to go kill Charlie Kirk today. No, that's some real, like, that's some professional level planning. All right, let's continue here. So we just got this in from the Charlie Kirk press conference. The shooter appears to be of college age and blended in with students. They have good video footage of this individual. More on that in a little bit. Authorities still don't know the shooter's motive. They have a footwear impression and a palm print. So they also say that a bolt-action rifle was recovered from the area where the person shot Kirk. Okay, I'll play.
So they have nothing as of this morning. And historically, black colleges and universities are on shutdown because they are getting threats. At historically, I think it was Hampton. I forget the name of the colleges. I'll pull that up. Actual threats on historically black colleges and universities as we speak. In other cases, the suspect was found. Yesterday's situation appears to be suspicious. They lie so much. I don't know. The white boys say Mossad clipped him. Now, there is also a clip of who was it? Remember recently, what's that idiot's name? Who got sued for saying that the New Jersey school shooting wasn't real? Alex Jones. He recently, one of his producers or co-hosts or whatever, one of his underlings who used to come out and parrot everything that he said, recently left Alex Jones. And Alex Jones was up in arms and saying how disloyal he was and this, that, and any other. So that person decided to set out on his own show. He got his, I gave Rodney his 1,000, he on his own. So he got his 1,000 from Alex Jones and now he's on his own. And he is one of the people who is also saying that Charlie Kirk personally came to him and said that he was afraid that Mossad was going to go against him if he said anything against Israel. Now, we understand that Charlie Kirk was long stroking Israel's dick in its rhetoric. So that I have heard that as well. Bill Hicks. Yes. Bill Hicks. Thank you. Leonard know what I'm talking about. Yeah, so that has been said as well. Now, they said that Charlie Kirk thus far had not said anything against Israel, but there's chatter out there as if Charlie Kirk was about to have some criticism of what Israel is doing in Palestine. I don't know how true it is. That's just some reporting that I've heard as well.
This little video clip of one of the FBI people saying that they have some more information. Here we go.
We were able to track the movements of the shooter. Starting at 11:52 a.m., the subject arrived on campus, shortly away from campus. We have tracked his movements onto the campus, through the stairwells, up to the roof, across the roof to a shooting location. After the shooting, we were able to track his movements as he moved to the other side of the building, jumped off of the building, and fled off of the campus and into a neighborhood. Our investigators have worked through those neighborhoods, contacting anybody they can with doorbell cameras, witnesses, and have thoroughly worked through those communities, trying to identify any leads. We do have good video footage of this individual. We are not going to release that at this time. We are working through some technologies and some ways to identify this individual. If we are unsuccessful,
It seemed what technologies they were working through was to obscure his face even more. It seemed like some filter was put over these two pictures they put out of him. It seems like the pictures were filtered down, in my opinion. That's what it looked like to me. But let's carry on. Now, there is talk about a strange bush that is there. Let's talk about something about this strange bush that they say is out of place. I don't. Let's see.
They're going to settle on, oh yeah, it was some crazy trans person. Forget all the evidence that indicates this was a professional operation. Those are the two videos that we've seen of a lot of skill, and you are.
Now he shows the two pictures of the shooter on the roof. Let's go there.
Random act of violence. They've got to conduct the investigation and figure out where the shot came from. They will, they'll be able to go back and reconstruct it from how Charlie was sitting and, be able to get a pretty good trajectory, and then you investigate the site from which the shot was fired.
This attack was clearly organized. It was not a random act of violence. Also, from 200 yards away, that requires somebody who is a very good shot. That's about almost double the length of the person who attempted to kill Trump. And there was wind too. And if you're looking at a 200-yard shot, and I heard up to 15-mile-an-hour wind, that to hit your target from there, that takes a lot of practice, a lot of skill, and you are a high-level marksman to be able to pull that off. So again, the idea that it's just some lone weirdo, that does not fit. That does not add up at the moment. Okay, look at this. A university spokesman says the Charlie Kirk shooter fired from the Losi Center several hundred feet away. So far, a suspect remains at large. Police officers are going building to building on campus. So here is, to the right here, it's site of the shooting. Charlie Kirk was shot while speaking to crowd in courtyard. So this is where Kirk was placed and where he was having his event. He's got this little amphitheater here that they built in. And then on the left here, this is the Losi Center. And it was fired from the roof of this building. So that's a good distance. That is a good distance away.
Okay. And also, there are two people that are down there right near Kirk, and there's something suspicious about alleged movements, but you do have to take that with a grain of salt, because any movement could appear to be a strange movement in hindsight. But these are very particular hand movements that these guys, maybe not the guy in the cap, but definitely the guy in the black shirt and the glasses. He looks like he works for a major baseball team with these peculiar hand movements and running up the, you know how they do moves where they run up arms and all of these moves to communicate with each other in baseball. We're going to get into that as well.
Again, as they said, about 200 yards. All right, here is, we have a police radio at the time, and they say pretty quickly that the shooter was already off campus. That's what they said. Here we go.
Suspect in custody. They've released that individual. Okay. And they're still looking for him. Do they think he's in this building? They're thinking in this building right now?
No. We have cameras that show that he left campus.
Okay, shows cameras that he left campus. Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Bye.
Bye.
That was almost instantaneous, by the way. That was almost instantaneous. All right, so now from some cell phone video, we've gotten some glimpses of the shooter. From very far away nonetheless, but clearly the shooter. There were two different cell phone videos that kind of show what was going on the roof. Watch this. You see? You see that? Look, way out there in the distance, 200 yards after the shot rings off, boom, gone.
You think he'd already be in place?
Now, this is from a different side, right? And you can see the person on the roof.
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying?
He just ran from over. Where's my finger? Whoa, from over there, ran in.
Those are the two videos that we've seen of the person on the roof. Obviously,
Okay.
from very far away, you can't make out a face
Now we're getting to the two suspects.
in these particular videos. So this is the guy here that they initially said he did it because he started saying, shoot me, and he started confessing. Okay, I'll play you some of this clip here, but he was one of the diversions. He was in on it because he didn't have a weapon on him and he was in the crowd.
Right to make sign. Right to make sign.
So this guy knows something. This guy was in on it. Whoever did it planned it out with this guy. Because as soon as Charlie gets hit, he starts screaming that he did it and that you should shoot him. So they kept him in custody for a little bit and released him as soon as it became painfully obvious it's definitely not him.
Now, this right here, it is circled. This is the a long gun, a pellet gun that another person that they put into custody. I thought that it was just a little pellet gun like kids be playing with, but this was the pellet gun that the second person that they put in custody had on. Breaking news that the FBI has just announced that they have. That is the suspect had it. A pellet gun. He was identified by bystanders as the shooter, even though the shooter was on the roof. He was the decoy. These guys are pros. That's what.
And then here's the other diversion. The FBI just announced they have now released the suspect they had in custody after interviewing him. The suspect had a pellet gun. He was identified by bystanders as the shooter, even though the shooter was on the roof. He was one of the decoys. He was a diversion. All right, so two different diversions. Two diversions. That doesn't happen unless this is highly, highly planned out. These people were effectively buying time for the person on the roof to get out of there. That's a professional operation. I mean, this stuff doesn't add up unless it's a professional operation. And you're also about to see, by the way, how the regime is using this to say, we're going to go all the way. This is our Reichstag fire moment. Quite literally, they're saying that.
So, we knew that there was going to be this type of moment that was going to come in the United States. That's why I said why I was reporting on all the rights that they were taking away, all of the civil rights that they were ignoring, all of the Supreme Court's rulings that are against our Constitution, and that has been going on. There is a reason that I have been following this, knowing full well that Project 2025 was going to allow 4547 to turn our military against us if we protest. So let's speed it up. He has been doing everything else so quickly under his administration. Let's speed it up and fucking crack this treasury and get this money. If you're not familiar, 4547 has told the FBI to not even investigate white collar crimes. If you don't know this, this is true. If you don't know this. Okay, so you see what he's hyping up his sheep to feel and to come out here and say what needs to be done to Democrats. And do you not think he's going to do it? Do you not think somebody who is going to give him the Medal of Honor is going to do this to Democrats? Do you not think that this is the reason any of this is happening? Could be.
I'll play the clips for you later, and it is scary. They're saying, now it's over for the left. We're going to investigate all of their groups. We're going to shut down all of their groups. We're going to go after anybody who says anything we don't like. It's all on the table now.
And you saw Chip Roy said that he is going to shut down free speech, your businesses, try to take your driver's license. Did you not see that? Because of this. because of this. Who is propping up Charlie Kirk? Israel money and money of mega rich donors. Do you understand why right-wing propaganda is allowed to flourish and to be so successful and to get so much money poured into it? Because they're touting propaganda, and uh, that is brainwashing their sheep to the fact uh, what is really happening to them and who is really benefiting in America. So as long as we can get somebody to come out here and make you think that everyone else is your problem and you don't look at the real facts, hey, he does this well. Let's give him money to keep on doing it. Let's keep supporting these people who keeps the heat off of us as we fucking rob you ignorant motherfuckers blind. Let's have the farmers out there in Arkansas having a whole fucking meeting of farmers praying to God and begging Trump for what? Welfare, for subsidies, while saying it's the tariffs' fault, as if the tariffs just walked up and placed themselves on their products. It's not the fault of the person who enacted the tariffs. No, it's just the tariffs' fault. And we need help out here. There's a whole lot of us is gonna go bankrupt. Yeah, and that is the plan. What do you think? JD Vance is so invested into what is it? Something acres. The farm, the people who are buying up farmland. What is the name of that place? I'll Google it. JD Vance is operating a whole fucking company that is buying up farmland from farmers who are going bankrupt. And you're asking for subsidies when you voted for him. When you guys were applauding USAID no longer being able to ship your fucking product to suffering nations and getting paid for your product via USAID. You were so happy when USAID got closed down because it wasn't helping white people. It was helping keep black people alive. But it was helping white people because you were getting paid. Your white ass was getting paid, but that wasn't good enough. Y'all were so happy about that, and now y'all think that the robber is going to come and drop some pennies on you. It is miraculous that all of these farmers that are whining and complaining all over, everywhere online. Why isn't it black farmers? The whole fucking gymnasium full of white farmers begging and telling their sob stories. Not one black farmer was in there. Why? Because when subsidies were being handed out, when the farmer welfare was being handed out, black farmers wasn't getting any, and you didn't give a fuck that they didn't get any, as long as the United States were upholding your fucking products, your fucking farms, your fucking machinery. I got a tractor out here that's 20 years old. Shit. When I was a kid, I used to drive on my grandfather's tractor, and when I was in college, my grandfather had the same motherfucking tractor, and when my grandfather died, he had the same motherfucking tractor, because y'all wasn't giving black farmers a motherfucking thing, but they still were able to produce their crops. They were not, why did the black farmers drive their tractors up in Washington, D.C., even though they had been granted a reward in court? They still hadn't received their money. Why did the black farmers have to sue the United States government? Because when they went and filled out their paperwork to get their farm aid, their paperwork was being thrown straight in the motherfucking trash. They were not allowed to get any farm aid, if any, by the time they jumped through hoops that white farmers didn't have to jump through when they did all of the things that they were told that they had to do beyond and above and beyond white farmers. When they did all that shit, and when they go to get their money, oh, we sorry, all of the money has been distributed. Oh, we sorry, oh, these are the only seeds we have left. Oh, we're sorry. We know that it's time to harvest your crop, but here goes some seeds for your crop this year. See, black farmers have been used to this shit. I'm all over the place. Let's get back to now. Do you think that this is just happenstance? Is my point. Do you think that this is not by design? And this is the conversation behind an individual that brought so much money to the Republican Party, so many young, malleable minds to the Republican Party. Do you think that this is coincidence? It's not.
And so it appears like there's not even a genuine attempt to get to the bottom of this. It appears like they're going to settle on, oh yeah, it was some crazy trans person. Forget all the evidence that indicates this was a professional operation. This was some crazy trans person. And now we need to crack down on the entire left across the country. All right, more. This one kind of went viral here. This person says, does this bush look suspicious to anyone? It lines up directly to where Charlie Kirk's tent was and where he was shot. I was very hesitant to post this until I got other opinions on the matter. I spent hours going through photos and videos until I saw this. Top left of the first picture. So here, top left of this picture. Yeah, very top left. You can see, I don't know what that is, but it does kind of look like a bush. Also does kind of look like a person, but obviously the pixels are not really clear enough. That's zoomed in a little bit. This is zoomed in a lot. Don't know, but there was only one shot. There was one shot against Charlie. It hit Charlie, and now he's gone. And so the person who was running on the roof is definitely the shooter. I don't know what this is. This is just I would honestly think some anomaly. By the way, I should also point out, if you watch the shooting in slow motion, which I don't recommend, the bullet actually hits. He's wearing a bulletproof vest, and the bullet actually hits the bulletproof vest and then ricochets up and hits his neck. That's what actually happened. And the crazy thing is, if he wasn't wearing a bulletproof vest, I think he would have survived, because the bullet hit on the right side of his body, kind of high up, almost by his shoulder. Not.
And what's so weird about this is, these are the same people who said when you speak up about their overt racism, you are just a cancel culture, and we need to get rid of cancel culture. Do you know over 6,000 people signed a petition not to allow him to spew his hateful rhetoric at this school? And he was allowed to come anyway. Over 6,000 people did not want him to come there based upon his rhetoric, but he was allowed to come. So maybe cancel culture would definitely have saved his life. Now, we have gotten to, now let's get to the people who were doing the strange hand gestures. We're looking at this guy in the white baseball cap, and the guy in the black glasses and the black shirt who is behind him. So let's check this out.
Shirt guy in sunglasses. Okay. By the way, again, the irony, we talked about this yesterday, but man, it is so ironic that they were literally debating mass shootings when Charlie got hit. They were debating mass shootings when Charlie got hit. And the questioner was like, how many?
And Charlie Clerk tried to bring in black gang members on a question that is exclusively and wholeheartedly a white problem.
Shootings have been done by trans people. And Charlie says too many. Well, the actual answer is 5. And then he asked the follow-up question, how many mass shootings have there been in the last however long, 3 decades or something like that?
10 years. He said 10 years.
And Charlie goes, including or not including gang violence. And then that's when he gets shot. So he took a shot at trans people. He was also taking a shot at gangs, a.k.a. black people. And then he gets shot while debating the issue of mass shootings. That's
while trying to deflect from a white gun issue. Let's continue.
Crazy, bro. That's all right. But again, right before the shooting, I'm gonna play it for you. Keep your eye on dude in white shirt and white hat and black shirt and black sunglasses. They make some weird hand signals.
Too many.
It's five. Okay, now five is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
Did you see that? I'm gonna play it for you one more time. This is like baseball signal 101 type stuff. White dude wearing the white shirt and the white hat. He does something with his hat, does something with his face, like classic baseball signal type stuff. And then the other guy does some other sign right before the shooting.
It's five. Okay, now five is a lot, right? I'm gonna give you some credit. Do you know how many mass shooters there have been in America over the last 10 years?
That one could be a coincidence, right? I mean, it looks somewhat fishy, but it could be a coincidence. But then the other guy too. Watch the other guy.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
Great.
I don't know what that was. What was that? That was a weird way to move your hand and your body.
Over the last 10 years.
Black
Counting
shirt,
or
ready?
not counting gang violence?
Great.
Damn. Yeah, I don't know.
It's five. Okay.
Okay. So now this man is said to have had I think it was 6 private security, but this is the same person who says that guns, people with guns in schools would keep your children safe. Having a father in the house would keep you safe. He had his own private security, and there were campus police around. Was he safe? His family is reported to have even been at this function with him. Was he safe? But I guess that goes into the his statement that some people are going to have to die from gun violence to make sure the Second Amendment is safe. Okay, now let's get to one more thing about this. I dropped the link in the description box. Let's get there's a whole lot of. Let me see. I think this is kind of interesting. Obviously, you've already seen this. And Kurt hatred was also crucial to their growth at Turning Point's USA events. They grilled him on Israel, immigration, etc., never going mass south, but subtly injecting their incentives into more mainstream GOP conversation, and this would inevitably peel off a few sympathizers in attendance. The Groper Wars, as they call it, is literally how Nick Fuentes became Nick Fuentes. It is now a generation of angry young men. It is a generation of angry young men took their first step into the fascist rabbit hole. For many, it is as simple as starting to question why Charlie Kirk wouldn't say XYZ about ABC. I don't even know what that means. Again, I'm not speculating on the shooter. We will know it soon enough. I just think it is crucial history. If it doesn't help us understand the events of today, it certainly will help us understanding things 2 and 5 and 10 years from now. Now, I'm not in any way speculating, but I'm actually shocked at how few people know that Charlie Kirk has for years been among the most reviled people on the planet by white supremacists, many of whom were radicalized by sustained campaigns painting him as an anti-white fraud. Okay, that is. Let me see. Now let's get to the plane. That's Laura Looney. This is some specs that suspect that even 4547's address was AI. He goes in close on some things about his address last night and his hands. Let's see how they try to pull this shit on Warner, asking her if the Democrats should be watching their mouths. I love her.
All right, so
answer.
now let's get to some other reactions. Elizabeth Warren asked about this. Hey, should Democrats turn down the temperature? Here's what she says.
Oh, please. Right. Why don't you start with the President of the United States? Right? And every ugly meme he has posted and every ugly word.
So she's disgusted with the question, basically. Oh, really? You're saying that it's liberals and Democrats and leftists who've been leading to the, the downfall of this country in terms of the rhetoric going over the top. Question now?
Oh, please. Right. Why don't you start with
their victim?
Now, these are the response from Democrats. They asked Zoran Mandami, AOC. She hammers them on doing something about gun legislation. I'll play a little. Where's the airplane? I want to show you the. Here it is, right here. I was like, wait a minute, where's the airplane part? Here it is.
I don't know. This is one that I understand why people are talking about it. We can't draw any solid conclusions off it, but I understand why people are talking about it. All right, here's another huge deal, y'all. And this is one of the things that the fact that there were 2 decoys and this fact here leads me to conclude this was definitely a professional job. Okay, look at this. A private jet left Provo Airport, which is a 12-minute drive from Utah Valley University, an hour after Charlie Kirk was shot. 30 minutes into the flight, the plane illegally dropped off its ADS-B, which shows its location, altitude, and speed to air traffic control, and reappeared 45 minutes later, heading back to Provo. Is this plane connected to the shooter? And you can see here, a private jet under the tail number N888KG left Provo Airport an hour after the shooting. Suspiciously, 30 minutes into the flight, it drops off the ADS-B illegally and reappears headed back to Provo approximately an hour later. This is one of the things that I don't understand. They have this airport.
Let me show a picture on my screen for this so you guys can see this well. What it actually says. Oh God, I forgot to add it. Oh God, I'll add it later. But what it actually says in one of these clips right here. It is actually from the airport. Let me get to it.
He appeared 45 minutes later, heading back to Provo. Is this plane connected to the shooter? And you can see here.
Right here in this white frame, it says something KG is not available for public tracking per request from the something. It is clear that their tracking device was in fact turned off. Let me.
Private jet under the tail number N888KG left Provo Airport an hour after the shooting. Suspiciously, 30 minutes into the flight, it drops off the ADS-B illegally and reappears headed back to Provo approximately an hour later. This is one of the things that I don't understand. They have this airport, which is right near the university. And why didn't they shut it down? In fact, there was a different thing. I don't have it up in front of us here, but it showed all the traffic into and out of the airport at the time, like right after the shooting. And there were planes coming in and planes leaving and planes coming in and planes leaving and planes coming in and planes leaving. And you're looking at it going, isn't the first thing you do, one of the first things you do, not only do you lock down the campus, which they did, I don't know how long it took them to get to that point, but they did. And you also lock down that fucking airport immediately, right? I would definitely think that, but they didn't. So you got 2 decoys, a shot from 200 yards away with wind where they hit the target, right? And you have a nearby airport with a sketchy situation where planes are leaving within an hour of Charlie Kirk getting shot. I don't know, man. That is bizarre. That is fucking bizarre. All right, now more. So here we have, you can tell she's actually discussing.
This occurred today in Utah.
You could tell she's actually disgusted by this question. Like, she's actually like, excuse you? Really? You're going to ask that question now?
Oh, please. Right. Why don't you start with the President of the United States? Right? And every ugly meme he has posted and every ugly word.
All right, more. So here's Zoran was doing an event and talked a little bit about the killing of Charlie Kirk. Here we go.
Before I begin, I do want to take a moment to address the horrific political assassination that just occurred today in Utah. Charlie Kirk is dead, yet another victim of gun violence in a nation where what should be a rarity has turned into a plague. It cannot be a question of political agreement or alignment that allows us to mourn.
Fact.
It must be the shared notion of humanity that binds us all.
Fact.
And that humanity, it reminds us that this news is not just that of the murder of a prominent political figure, but also the news of a wife who grieves her husband, of a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old who grew up without a father, and the fact that there are families feeling that same anguish right now in Colorado as they wait for their children, also shot at a school, to emerge from surgery. It is the same anguish that too many across our city and our nation reckon with in silence every day as we contend with an epidemic of suffering. We can and we must do more to challenge a status quo that has allowed this pain to become routine, that has allowed the question of which mass shooting to respond to the news of one that is shared. And it is incumbent upon all of us to repair the tears in our shared civic fabric and to make our nation one that is worthy of its greatest ideals.
So you have Zoran there rising to the moment.
Now, this is the same man that Charlie Kirk said that he has a problem with how he eats right. He has a problem with him being the mayor of New York City because he's Jewish. No humanity for being a human being, but he showed such grace. And let's be clear, everybody is not. Nobody has to grieve Charlie Kirk. But at the same time, in not grieving Charlie Kirk, they can still stand on the point that people shouldn't be out here being shot for their beliefs, for their political beliefs. But no, this is not what the right is saying. They're saying that they need to go wild on Democrats for their beliefs because they have no facts that Democrat was involved in anything that happened to Charlie Kirk. So see, they're spewing this hate because this is what they feel that should rightly happen to Democrats because there's no other reason for it. At the moment that all of that shit was written, there has been no connection to what happened to Charlie Kirk to Democrats. No connection at all. So, like I said many times, I'm watching what rights have been taken away from people with the full understanding that this is setting a precedence of things that are going to happen to anyone they choose to say that you need to be jailed and you need to be arrested against anything that our Constitution guarantees you. We don't care, and you're next. That's my whole point. Let me see. I think they're basically Nancy Mace. Let's look at this nut job who's running for governor of South Carolina. Nancy Mace. Let me see. What is this?
Cars. They just shot 2 Jews outside the.
Jesse Waters, with all of his bullshit, it has declared a war on Democrats or something to that effect.
Embassy. Think about it. Scalise got shot, barely survived. It's happening. You got trans shooters. You got riots in LA.
Keyword trans shooters. You know, that's their rabbit dog meat.
They are at war with us. Whether we want to accept it or not, they are at war with us. And what are we going to do about it? How much political violence are we going to tolerate? And that's the question we're just going to have to ask.
I guess Fox News hasn't gotten enough of settling lawsuits. It appears that Fox News has not gotten enough of having to pay the biggest damage of any television station on earth. What do you think? I don't know.
Ourselves. Now, Charlie would want us to put as much pressure on these people as possible. Dana nailed it. This is unacceptable and has to stop. And it has to stop now. And everybody's accountable. And we're watching what they're saying on television and who's saying what. The politicians, the media, and all these rats out there. This can never happen again. It ends now. Greg's right again. This is a turning point, and we know which direction we're going.
Jesus Christ.
We're watching right now. Whoever says what, we're taking away your free speech behind this. We're going to try to act like we are somebody to watch you and what you're saying as we say this on national TV. We control free speech. This is Christian nationalism. He identifies as a Christian. He identifies as someone who loves the United States, who loves the Constitution. But he just said, we are watching. Who the fuck is we and what the fuck you watching? Let's continue. The rhetoric. Nancy Mace. And watch how this idiot is unable to answer any questions when she's asked a question about the foolishness she's spewing. Let's continue.
What? I'm not allowed to disagree with you because of this? Like, this is disturbing, bro. This is disturbing. All right. So Nancy Mace's reaction. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Nancy Mace's reaction. This is something.
I'm going to say this. Democrats own what happened today. I am devastated. My kids have called panicking. All the kids of every conservative in the country called panicking.
Panicking about what? Panicking about what? Does your kid need psychological help? What is panicking your child? Knowing that they have such a hateful, hate-filled, lie spewing bitch as a mom? Is that what has them scared? Surely not what happened to. Do they even know? But maybe I don't know. These demigods are the gods of the right wing, so maybe they do know a lot about Charlie Kirk. But bitch, are you serious? Get the fuck out of my face. Anyway, let's continue.
Just because you speak your mind on an issue doesn't mean you get shot.
Then by that logic, do Republicans own the shooting of the two Democratic lawmakers in Minnesota? Isn't this on both sides?
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm asking.
We don't know what condition Charlie Kirk is in right now. Some raging leftist lunatic.
Are you kidding me? We don't know what condition Charlie Kirk is in. Some leftist. We don't know anything about who shot him. No, he's not kidding you. He's asking you a real question, and you're deflecting. Let's hear that bullshit again. Let's hear her answer this question again.
Country called panicking. Just because you speak your mind on an issue doesn't mean you get shot.
Then by that logic, do Republicans own the shooting of the two Democratic lawmakers in Minnesota? Isn't this on both sides?
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm asking.
We don't know what condition Charlie Kirk is in right now. Some raging leftist lunatic put a bullet.
That was made up. She had no idea. None of that information was in.
Through his neck, and you want to talk about Republicans right now? No.
Notice. Totally dodges his point. Totally dodges his point. His point was perfectly reasonable. His point was like, okay, by your logic, do all the Republicans own when two Democratic lawmakers get murdered? And it's a right-wing terrorist, a MAGA-loving right-wing terrorist who has a history of right-wing activism. Do all of you own that? Do all of you own that? Because he said
that we are clear of, and that we are positive and sure about, AOC.
assassination that happened at the same time as a school shooting where children are dying on the same day, a week after a shooting at a Catholic school where children were gunned down while praying. Are we going to do something, or are we going to argue over rhetoric? That is my question about this. We have to pass gun safety legislation and stop this.
What one congresswoman was saying it was young Republicans and it was Democrats' fault. Democrats did this. That's what you never said here.
I mean, people can finger point all they want. Look at the record. Look at the actions of what we are doing. I don't think a single person who has dedicated their entire career to preventing gun safety legislation from getting passed in this House has any right to blame anybody else but themselves for what has happened. We have to stop this. We can stop this. And why don't we start by acknowledging that basic common sense gun safety legislation is not taking away a gun, is not attacking the Second Amendment, but it is about ensuring the safety of our children, of women, of people across this country, to ensure that guns and firearms do not get in the hands of people who are going to use them against human beings, period. Domestic violence is one of the highest indicators of whether a person is going to kill someone else with a gun or not. There are so many other indicators, and I think it is so deeply important that when a politician tries to blame words for inaction, they need to look at their action and their record. Enough of this. This is horrific. This is awful. And the assassination of Charlie Kirk risks an uncorking of political chaos and violence that we cannot risk in America. We cannot risk it.
Congressman,
Thank
given the
you.
political conversation, are you worried about holding events in public now?
I think that, of course, it's a natural consequence to see this and to be worried about this. And I think, but what is most important is the fact that we've gotten to this place, and we need to figure out what we can do to ensure that every American can feel safe going to a public event. Thank you.
Now, you surely see the difference on the left and the right. I think that's all I have. Maybe not. Maybe I want to share this with you.
Actually, every major right-wing pundit is going full like, hey, it's time for civil war. Let's go after all these sons of bitches on the left. That's what I say. In fact, you're not going to hear Asmongold talk about what Jesse Waters said. You're not going to hear Asmongold talk about this, what Mark Levin said. Here we go.
They know that this is a double-edged sword, that if this becomes the norm, and it is becoming the norm, they tried to kill our president twice. They killed...
They. That was a registered Republican, by the way.
Kirk, they assassinated Charlie Kirk? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? No, the way you put an end to this is to put an end to it. That's how you put an end to it. And people talk about there wasn't enough security. You got a guy shooting from 200 yards with a high, powerful rifle. You're never going to have enough security to stop somebody like that unless you stop them up front.
So they, again, that was a registered Republican who went after Trump. One teen is dead after a student fired on schoolmates at Evergreen High School in Colorado, injuring two before shooting himself. So this was the other mass shooting that happened yesterday, school shooting that happened yesterday, as the assassination of Charlie Kirk also happened. Now, look, this is stuff, I mean, I don't want to do this. I don't want to talk about this. I don't want to talk about this.
So... Isn't it ironic that Charlie Kirk mass shootings of victims, we cannot allow them to emotionally hijack the narratives? And they, many people did not even report on the school shooting yesterday, but I did, because we cannot let the right-wing Christian nationalists hijack the narrative. Okay, so let me drop Kyle Kalinski's link in the chat, and you can hear all of his commentary. I just thought that it was interesting, a lot of the information that he brought forth that I did not know about. Just in case you didn't know about it either, go over there and subscribe to the brother. He does great work. That's a whole janky government yeah, so that is a little of the stuff. Now I have some more things that I want to share with you. Let's talk about the people who are suing Kakai Cash Patel and the FBI. Somebody had the charging documents reading from the charging documents. I can't find that page, but let's hear a little bit about the FBI being sued.
People he has chosen as his advisor.
Here we go.
January 6 investigators were targeted.
Start with her.
Pilots at the FBI. So he was actually flying Kash Patel around in an FBI jet.
Maybe this is it.
FBI executives on orders from the White House for reasons.
Ken, what should we know? What stands out about this lawsuit?
Carol, the most striking thing about this stunning lawsuit is that it recounts alleged behind-the-scenes conversations with some of the biggest players in the Trump Justice Department. We're talking about FBI Director Kash Patel, Deputy Director Dan Bongino, and then senior DOJ official Emil Bovee. Look, our viewers have heard a lot about how the FBI has been politicized. Carol and I have been.
Understand, I gave you much content on Emil Bovee. Emil Bovee, when he was working for the Department of Justice, he fired, I believe it was two justice official lawyers in New York because they would not back what the Department of Justice was doing with trying to drop charges against Eric Adams, and I think 2 were fired, and I believe up to 4 left because Emil Bovee in Washington was demanding that somebody drop the criminal charges against Eric Adams for a quid pro quo with Donald Trump to assist him with immigration raids in prison, and in exchange to drop the charges against Eric Adams. So he wasn't even a judge then. They did confirm him as a judge. But these are some of the things that he was doing while at the Department of Justice. If you don't know who Emil Bovee is, we went in a deep dive on him and his shenanigans at the Department of Justice, and he was rewarded with a judgeship. I think he's a appellate judge as well, not just a regular judgeship, an appellate judgeship.
Been reporting on these issues for months, but here for the first time we have an on-the-record version of events from people who were in the room, including Brian Driscoll, one of the plaintiffs who ran the FBI for months before Patel was confirmed and then stayed in a senior job for months afterwards. And if these accounts are to be believed, it's actually worse than we could have imagined. This is a 69-page complaint that reads like a great piece of narrative journalism, Chris, and it portrays an FBI that is totally beholden to the whims of the Trump White House and to outside political actors, including MAGA activists on social media. As you mentioned in the intro, it alleges that Patel fired senior FBI executives on orders from the White House for reasons that were totally political. That's against the law, and the lawsuit says Patel
Beholden to social media as well. Beholden to big name social media figures such like Charlie Kirk, Benny Johnson. Big money is propping up and supporting. That's why.
Acknowledged knowing it was against the law. He allegedly said he knew he would be sued, but that his job depended on him carrying out the orders of the White House. And what's really shocking to me is that many of these decisions seem to be driven by a small number of MAGA activists on social media who pressured Patel, Bongino, and the White House, often leveling false allegations against decorated FBI leaders. And to give you one example, MAGA activists falsely claimed, according to the lawsuit, that an FBI agent named Christopher Meyer, a military veteran, had participated in the Mar-a-Lago search. Meyer happened to be one of 4 pilots at the FBI, so he was actually flying Kash Patel around in an FBI jet. MAGA activists, of course, were outraged about this, so Driscoll was ordered to fire Meyer based on these false allegations. He resisted, according to this lawsuit, and told Patel it would be illegal, especially because Meyer is a military veteran with special protections. But Patel is quoted in the lawsuit as saying, "I can't save everyone." Driscoll was ultimately fired for refusing to terminate Meyer, and Meyer also was fired, Chris.
So, Carol, it is indeed rare to have this kind of insider account at the highest levels of the FBI. Tell us a little more about what it says and how it informs what we should know about how politics is shaping decisions at the country's premier and once independent law enforcement agency.
Chris, I really appreciate that you used those words, once premier and once independent, because what Ken and I are finding and what we were learning about before this was ultimately filed was that these details from inside the room of the FBI at the highest levels indicate that the acting director and the deputy director were pushing back hard against the efforts to fire people who were targeted simply because a MAGA supporter of the president didn't like him, or the president raised concerns, or somebody had a taste for blood, literally a taste for blood. There was a moment in this episode that's recounted in the lawsuit where the acting deputy attorney general tells the acting FBI director, so Emil Bove, tells Brian Driscoll, hey, look, I'm getting pressure from the White House. We need to fire people. A symmetrical amount of firing at the FBI as we've been having at the DOJ. This is in mid to late January. And he basically is just like, give me some names of people to fire. I want to target some people. And he starts asking for rosters of squads of agents who worked on the January 6th investigation. He wants to deliver essentially this blood to sate the White House that wants to see people fired. The other really compelling thing, Chris, that I saw in this lawsuit were the scenes in which Kash Patel, then the nominee to become the acting director, tells the Senate in his confirmation hearings that he will never use politics to make any decisions. He will never mistreat.
And I played this hearing. You saw how petulant he was acting in his Senate confirmation, and when they asked him these questions, he acted as if they were being ridiculous, and we all saw who the ridiculous person was, and we all see it now. Let's not. I would be remiss if I told you that he fired a female Muslim who was in charge of the region where Charlie Kirk was shot for unnamed reason, for no reason at all. Could it be because she was Muslim and a woman? Okay. DEI, could they had looked at her as a DEI hire? Okay.
Or abuse that stand.
Could it be that a lot of domestic terrorism will not be rooted out because he has closed down the domestic terrorism department of the FBI to have them go on ICE raids?
For career FBI agents. They will all be treated fairly. And he says it multiple times in his hearing. But meanwhile, people he has chosen as his advisors inside the FBI have a list that they are showing to the acting director, Brian Driscoll, of people that they have to target in different offices.
I kind of like that list that he was asked about in his confirmation hearing, that was written in his book, a list of people who were in the deep state, all Democrat names. I can believe that because he has a whole list in his book. Let's continue.
Of the FBI because they are politically distasteful to the president and to the White House. And meanwhile, as soon as Patel is confirmed, he acknowledges to these acting leaders that he's got to fire people for political reason because the president has not forgotten about the agents who tried to, quote unquote, put him in jail.
So I have not obviously seen the entire lawsuit. So help me to understand. You have a list of people you have to fire. Is it as simple as the White House wants them gone, or do they try to at least give them some pretense of something they may have otherwise been perceived to do that might be a fireable offense?
There seems to be very little effort at creating a pretense, at least as alleged in this complaint. 69 pages of amazing scene, but you're asking the right question. And it surely is not delivered here that there's any rejoinder, any response from a Kash Patel, an Emil Bove, now the confirmed judge on the appellate court, or from Dan Bongino, the deputy director. There's no explanation or excuse or even fig leaf given for why we have to get rid of these people. At one point, Deputy Director Dan Bongino says, this guy, Walt Giardina, he's got to go. What is the reason given for why Walt Giardina, and sort of a legendary public corruption federal agent who's investigated politicians of all stripes of both parties? What is the reason given? You know, he was basically a person who'd been involved in both special counsel investigations under Robert Mueller and also under Jack Smith. And that is all that was necessary to say he's got to leave.
What I said when I was on mute, I said Dan Bongino, who experienced was being a cop. I think it was under 10 years, and being a podcaster, citing conspiracy theories and propaganda for a number of years. Who is the second in charge of the FBI? Who is firing real FBI agents who have been in their jobs for a long period of time. This is who's firing them, and this is the reason why we have a podcaster, conspiracy theorist, a sycophant of 4547, a whole nut job is firing people from the FBI because 4547 was investigated for crimes. Many of which he was convicted of. But let's continue.
So, Ken, what is it that the plaintiffs are looking for? These folks who got fired, is this a lawsuit saying we want our jobs back? What do they want?
Yeah, they want to be reinstated in their jobs, although that may not be practical because this lawsuit will take probably many years to be litigated. They'll probably seek back pay. But I think what they're most seeking is public vindication here and to put a spotlight on what is really
and damages.
An unprecedented change in the FBI. Our viewers may think that this is normal, that one administration, asserts its political will on the FBI. And of course, there was a narrative in the Biden administration that somehow the FBI had been politicized and was going after Trump because there were a bunch of Democrats running around the FBI. That was false at the time, and we've never seen this before. So the idea that agents were targeted for firing because they'd worked on cases that the White House didn't like or because they had done things the White House didn't like, that has never happened in the history of the FBI. And most FBI agents don't know the politics of the colleagues they're working alongside. And, Walt Giardina, who Carol mentioned, his wife was dying of cancer at the time that the White House was trying to fire him. And to answer your question, to expand on the answer to your question earlier, not only did the Kash Patel and Dan Bongino not have a pretense to fire these people, they actually in some cases were trying to protect them. And they were telling them, look, the White House wants you gone. This is the case of Steve Jensen, who had worked on January 6 cases and was leading the Washington field office. They were saying, look, the White House wants you gone, but we know you're good, so we're going to try to keep you in place. We're expending a lot of political capital to keep you in place. And then ultimately, they couldn't keep him in place because he refused to fire Walt Giardina, who, as Carol said, was a decorated agent, a military veteran of the Iraq War, who had investigated people of all political stripes. So it's really, I think that what they most want to see here is they want this exposed. And there's been a lot of reporting on the politicization of the FBI. But again, we've never before seen directly from inside the room these accounts with the decision makers. And I suspect that Brian Driscoll and the other plaintiffs in this case took very good notes, Chris.
Yeah, and it sounds like it based on what you're telling me. Let me ask you as a final question, Carol. It's really just been filed, my understanding is. So anything yet from the FBI or the White House?
We're looking into that right now, asking them for their comment. We're eager to hear what they have to say. I think you know that Kash Patel has in the past testified under oath that he would never use politics this way. This certainly suggests otherwise, so it'll be really interesting to hear. And I've got to say, it'll be really interesting to see what the White House has to say about the.
Okay, that is that. Now, I talked to you about all of the. I shared with you. What's his name? A video from what is his name? Lucas. If you go up in my earlier in the chat box, all of the disheartening and hateful rhetoric that did come out of Charlie Kirk. So let me show you who was fired and what they said to get fired. Here we go. Matthew Dowd. His statements on yesterday got him fired from MSNBC. Let's hear these statements.
Yeah, and again, I emphasize what you just emphasized. We don't know any of the full details of this. That we don't know if this was a supporter shooting their gun off in celebration, or so we have no idea about this. But following up with what was just said, he's been one of the most divisive, especially divisive younger figures in this, who is constantly sort of pushing this sort of hate speech or sort of aimed at certain groups. And I always go back to hateful thoughts lead to hateful words, which then lead to hateful actions. And I think that's the environment we're in, that people just, you can't stop with these sort of awful thoughts you have and then.
No, what he stated, in my opinion, he stated the truth. So he has no right to free speech. But the right wing and all of their hate speech is always touted as free speech. And the fact of the matter is the fact of the matter. What happened happened. He himself said that he didn't care if some people were killed by gun violence to allow the First Amendment right to be a right in the United States. So what's the problem? What's the problem? Okay, I wanted to give you that information. I'm not muted anymore. I had to check to see if I was muted because the last comment was about me being muted. Now, let's see these farmers. These farmers are against welfare. We are against welfare, and people are living off the government. Do they know that the farmers have been living on farm subsidies for decades? Isn't that welfare? Is that not welfare? But they want their welfare to be kicked back in, even though they voted for 45-47. Do you know your welfare is not ever going to kick back in because the man that you voted for decided to put tariffs on countries that was buying your corn, your soybeans, your beef, but never again. There has been a ban on your corn and your soybeans because of all the GMOs. And yes, they are getting your product cheaper from Brazil. Brazil has taken over the U.S. market. However, Brazil is selling its beef to the American citizens, and beef is like at $12 a pound now. So America first. It seems like Brazil is first under 45-47. So let's see these farmers asking for welfare after they voted 45-47 into office.
Gathered at a town hall last week to ask Congress for help. Mounting debt, aging equipment, and disappearing profits are making it nearly impossible for them to break even, let alone to turn a profit. One of those farmers calls the president's tariffs, quote, the ice cream on top of a cake of a perfect storm. He joins us now, Arkansas farmer Scott Brown, who attended last week's town hall. Scott, really good to have you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Tell me about what's happening with your farm.
Well, we've got a real disaster with this tariff deal. I mean, we produce 40% more agricultural products in this country than we can consume domestically. 1 in every 4 rows of soybeans in every field in the entire United States of America has to go abroad. China is the largest importer of soybeans in the world. They import 61% of the world's market. Last year, we sent around 12 billion, I think $14 billion worth of soybeans the year before. For the first time in 20 years, China's bought 0 soybeans and 0 new crop corn out of this country.
0?
So we went from 12 billion to 0.
Where are they buying the soybeans?
Brazil. You see, we lost 42% of our market share in the first tariff war. In Trump's first tariff war, the Chinese went to buying their soybeans from Brazil. They invested billions of dollars in Brazilian infrastructure. They have moved into Africa, and they're going to commercially farm in Africa. Since we left with USAID, they moved their Belt and Road program into Africa.
Okay. Let's talk about Africa. Of course, they built it into to Africa because Africa is understanding in Burkina Faso that the most important thing is to have agriculture to feed their own nation. But see, 45, 47, and all of these other presidents that were just propping up farmers had no way to secure agriculture to feed the American people. Let's go. And that's why the cost of your groceries are so rampant. I told my husband the other day, I said, while you're out, can you see if you can find me a watermelon? Now, my grandfather grew watermelons. Now, I want to ask you guys something. Do you remember when watermelons had the black seeds? Of course, if you grew up since, I say, the mid to late 90s, you may not even remember watermelons that had the black seeds. My grandfather grew them. Do you remember watermelons that that were so long and big? When it's the last time you have I don't know, maybe some people in the South. I know where I live, these one hand watermelons that are growing up, you make and put a big one in your hand and have to use your second hand to balance it a little bit. But there are no big 2-arm half the whole watermelons being produced anymore that I have seen lately in years. You look at how small these watermelons were. My grandmother used to have a huge what she called garden. It was more like a field, and she grew everything. And she didn't have to buy seeds year after year after year like these GMOs have hooked the farmers into making these billionaires richer, because every year they have to repurchase seeds. See, farmers used to seed their own crop that they grew so they would have their seeds for next year. No. That's not what's going on. And while farmers, while these white farmers sat up there and got all of this money to improve their farms, to buy their equipment, I already said that. So now they're in a dilemma. Let's continue.
So we've pretty much lost the Chinese market share. If we got 100% of the soybean business, Katie, for every country in the world except for Brazil and Argentina, we would still only have half the soybean business that China is.
Are you getting 100% of everything else?
Yeah, if we got 100% of everything else, we would still only have half the Chinese business.
Well, what are you getting right now if you're not getting China? Are you getting every other market out there?
Or probably some other countries, and the market's pretty stifled. Most of our soybeans here go to the Mississippi River. It's the closest place to market them. They're going to go downriver and go overseas somewhere at some point. Beans are about $10.28 on the board today. We're going to get 40 cents behind that as a basis because the elevators are going to want to control their hedge. It's going to cost us 50 or 60 cents in a truck to get there, so we're getting in the low 9s. And Purdue University will tell you it takes $12.03 to raise them.
Okay, so you farm soybeans. You farm 800 acres. You know, $0 coming from China. That's a problem. How are you going to pay your bills? Are you turning a profit? Are you breaking even?
I hope to break even this year. I farm so little, I farm by myself. My tractors are all paid for. They're old. They're 50 years old. My tractors were all made in the 70s. My combine was made in 1997. I cut a load of beans, put it in the truck, and haul it to the river myself. So I've got a lot less cost than most of these boys. I've got friends that farm 5 and 6 and 7,000 acres that have $1 million combines and 10 guys at $50,000 or $60,000 a guy trying to make this to break even. I don't know how they're going to do that. Time you put interest on a crop loan, this entire crop went into the ground in Arkansas below the University of Arkansas's production. That means no rice, no corn, no beans, no Milo, no peanuts, no anything would generate a profit at current inputs and the fall market prices.
Last time Donald Trump had these tariffs, he gave farmers a leg up. He inserted money back into agriculture. If he were to do that again, how much money would he need to inject into the farm industry?
This time, at current market figures in the fall for delivery and the current average yield, a cotton farmer is going to lose $375 an acre for every acre of cotton he planted. A corn farmer is going to lose $220 an acre for every acre of corn he planted. A bean farmer is going to lose $120 an acre for every acre he planted. So you're talking last time it was between $105 an acre and $75 an acre. This time I'd say it'd take $150 or $200 an acre to square everybody up. But that doesn't fix the problem. Because if you don't get us a market share and get us someplace to sell the product and get countries that actually want American agricultural products, then we're going to be in this mess again next year because we're going to put another crop in the ground that's below cost of production. We have to have overseas trade.
What's this doing politically? A lot of farmers voted for Donald Trump. I know you're not one of them, but what's it doing politically? Are they still set on Trump and his leadership?
I've got buddies that say you have to trust him. I have buddies that just cannot do the left side of things, and that's where they're at. But now I went to the farm show in Decatur, and I met a lot of guys that farm up north that sings a lot different song than they sung 7 months ago or 8 months ago.
Really interesting. Scott Brown, I'm happy you're able to keep your head above water. I hope that continues. Thank you so much for coming on. I am shocked that we have gone from 12 billion last year in exports to China to 0. What a shocking number. Scott, thank you for bringing that to us.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. So are we clear on, hey, Miss Juicy. Yep, all fruits had seeds. All vegetables had seeds as well. I remember black seed or watermelon. Okay, during my childhood, all of the fruits had seeds in it. Nowadays, it's a bunch of seedless fruits. And they want you to believe that that is something that is good for you. Now, let me... Hold on. Let me see. Okay. Let me see. Let me find Acre Trader. JD Vance Acre Trader is, hold on one second. If you're not familiar with why these farms most likely will not be rescued, because like with real estate, these billionaires want to control everything in the United States. how you get your job, how AI is going to be the one who certifies you and tell you what job you can or cannot have. Let's look into acre traders. Acre traders, JD Vance funded Acre Trader. Here's why it matters. Okay, JD Vance funded Acre Traders. Some of the most pristine farmland in California can be yours, at least by proxy, in just a matter of minutes. That's the promise that Acre Traders, a company with the mission of simplifying investing in valuable U.S. farmland, makes to prospective farmers. Its current offerings include 83 acres of almond trees in the San Joaquin Valley, advertised as an opportunity to invest in water-secure almond orchard in the world's most productive almond-producing region. This property also boasts of senior watering rights. Now, if you remember when I did that story on the water rights in the Joaquin Valley, the people of that big almond company, they have all the rights in Central California, all the water rights. Cities like San Francisco, if they use too much water, they have to purchase water from these multi-millionaires. I think they're billionaires by now. I think it's not kind almonds. It's the people who sell the pistachios. I can't remember the brand. I did the story a couple of months ago. So now they're offering you farmland with water rights, because a farm ain't nothing if you can't water it. Okay. Invest in a water-secure almond orchard in the world's most productive almond producing region, and that would be that region where this couple bought up all the water rights in a backdoor deal. No one knew about it. One person sold them all the water rights for that region. This property also boasts senior water rights on the Kings River, suggesting that the land will continue to turn a profit long into the future, a dream of farms and innovators alike. Okay. Acre Trader is just one of the many companies launched in the past decades that facilitate the sale of farmland, which has increasingly become a staple in investor portfolios. Do you hear what I'm saying? Recently, it was revealed that this includes the investment portfolio of Vice Presidential nominee JD Vance, the Republican senator from Ohio. He only invested about $65,000 in private investments in Acre Traders. During his stint as a venture capitalist, Peter Thiel got him all of his jobs, and one of them was in venture capital as a venture capitalist, and his employer said he did very little work, but he worked enough to get invested into this. That is going to help buy up all of these farms that these rich people are stocking their portfolios with. Okay, I think there is also something else I want to share with you on Acre Traders. We can revisit this. Okay, Bowie. Let me see. Let me find something. And if you don't know that this is all a setup, this is really all a setup. Hold on. Let me see if I can find. Let me see if I can find the one that I really want. Bear with me for 1 second. One second. I see a lot of advertisement. Here we go. Let's try this one. Let's try this one. And then let me share my screen with you. I appreciate you too, Regina. I'm gonna put that link in for Acre Traders. I haven't seen this one in particular. I can't find the link where I had previously talked to you about it. Let's share this one about Acre Trader. If you wonder why these farmers, if you wonder why they cut off U.S. aid, the main place where farmers were shipping their product overseas, and if you're thinking that Brazil is going to give back the corn and the soybean market, you're sadly mistaken. These countries have gone on and moved on from the United States, and they have nothing to offer our farmers. Let's go into Acre Traders.
Doing? He set up Acre Trader, which is a website where overseas entities, big conglomerates, can. Have y'all heard the news what JD Vance is doing? He set up Acre Trader, which is a website where overseas entities, big conglomerates, can come in and buy these farms that are being foreclosed on right now.
That is the short story. The story that should be breaking news, but it isn't. Despite what a bombshell this is, it's actually somewhat old news that I was shocked to find out the disturbing details of today.
American people are losing their farms left and right now. And JD Vance knew this was coming.
And that video that we'll dive into more throughout this one was posted just last week on March 28th. And y'all, it led me down an unsurprising yet simultaneously shocking wormhole of just how and why perhaps JD Vance has transitioned from a Silicon Valley hillbilly entrepreneur, never Trump guy, to piggybacking off of Trump's stupidity or culpability for deteriorating America's global hegemony for the sake of our enemies, whichever you want to call it, right? For his own personal gain. And not only that, right, it's bad enough to be a greedy elitist SOB that gets off to spreading their seed in a couch cushion, allegedly. But what makes this story so much worse is that in classic venture capitalist classist prick fashion, JD Vance is enriching himself and profiting off of the suffering of others, and most egregiously, off the backbone of American agriculture, our farmers, who, let's remember, have been effed in the A by Trump's tariffs before, though last time they got billions in subsidies. But despite farmers' hopefulness that they'll get similar bailouts that they got in Trump's first administration from the problems he initially caused himself, the second time around, it seems at least our vice president has realized bailing out the farmers you're screwing over yields so much less ROI for you and your frat bros' portfolios than profiting off their farms' foreclosures and selling that sweet acreage to the highest foreign bidder. So welcome back to the Trump regime and cronies doing the bidding of our enemies and screwing over the people who put him in power. Drop a like and subscribe and comment so this video gets out there, hopefully to more people and specifically to those who need to see it. And brace yourselves, let's dive in. Now let's first remember that the last time Trump dementia diarrheaed all over American farmers, he at least had the bathroom etiquette to try to bail them out.
Today I'm also announcing that Secretary Perdue, who happens to be
right next to me, handsome man, and the Department of Agriculture will be implementing a $19 billion relief program for our great farmers and ranchers as they cope with the fallout of the global pandemic. Very honored to be doing this.
Sorry, silly me. That money was for COVID relief. Here's the other deficit spending for farmers for the problems we caused that I was talking about.
60 Minutes was investigating what happened to a $28 billion government bailout for farmers when the pandemic hit. Farmers and ranchers tell us that if government aid doesn't reach their small and mid-sized farms soon, it'll make it nearly impossible for American farming to stay in the family.
It's just hard, Leslie. I worry about my kids. My sons are on the farm, and I worry about them.
You see no such equipment on black farms. This is the type of money that these farmers were getting, and they decided to vote for him after being in crisis the first time. I guess it was COVID. I guess it was COVID. So J.D. Vance saw all of this money that was going to the farmers. Now, do you think that once all of these farms are stocked in private equity folders, that they will not try to subsidize, to continue to subsidize these corporations that are buying up individual farms? Of course they will. Of course they will. They subsidize billionaires all the time. But how dare you who not be able to feed your family when the federal minimum wage is $4.25, need food stamps? Let that sink in. How dare you need to go to a doctor? Make that make sense.
All the time.
Right. The money from Trump's initial bailout for the tariffs that he imposed got so delayed that the farmers were still waiting for it when the COVID money was announced and was supposed to come through. But fast forward to today, right? Well, Trump may feel like this about his imposed tariffs.
And we're watching to see how the markets do today. But the president doesn't seem overly concerned about the markets. He defended the tariffs to reporters on Air Force One yesterday, and he blamed his predecessor for the state of the economy.
Right. It's all Joe Biden's fault, guys. Okay. The tariffs that Trump imposed, the subsequent bailout that he'll need to do while farmers' land is being foreclosed and sold to other foreign countries, that's all Joe Biden's fault. But don't fret. Don't worry. Trump has a master plan, right? Nothing solves the deficit like increasing the cost of imports, decreasing the profit of exports, and then also having to bail out the industries that you've subsequently screwed over through said tariffs. It's just straight up MAGA Republican math. It makes sense if you have ever had a lobotomy. But here's where things get a little suspicious, even for MAGA standards.
Website where overseas entities, big conglomerates, can come in and buy these farms that are being foreclosed on right now. Because the small farmer in America is losing everything right now. Right from
Why is it just people overseas? Oh, because they are the ones who have income that they can invest in. Because the United States and these oligarchs and this divide of wealth that is ever increasing make sure that the normal American citizens does not have money to put into these types of things.
farmlandgrab.org. J.D. Vance funded Acre Trader. Snoops. J.D. Vance owns company that sells American real estate to foreign entities. This is fucking insane. You want to talk about corrupt? Like you think J.D. Vance didn't know this as they cut funding to all these small farms in this country? They're foreclosing on their farms. American people are losing their farms left and right now. And J.D. Vance knew this was coming. Now he's got Acre Trader set up. It's a website where foreign entities.
And yeah, you notice that these farmers still are not pinpointing where their problem lies. They're still pretending that these tariffs just jumped on the price of them doing business. Out of fairyland. They're not saying that 45, 47 and his economy is hurting them. They say the tariffs are hurting them, as if are exclusive of each other. They are not putting together that when they lose their farms, Acre Trader is going to be right there to split up their farm for profit. Let's continue.
Can come in and buy these foreclosed farms up.
So here's where the wormhole really opens up and becomes Lisan Al Gaib-esque, right? JD Vance owns this fucking company, pardon my French, that sells American real estate to foreign investors. The question mark is unnecessary. He quite literally funded this company called Acre Trader. This article starts, some of the most pristine farmland in California can be yours, at least by proxy, in just a matter of minutes. That's the promise that Acre Trader, a company with the mission of simplifying investing in valuable U.S. farmland, makes to prospective financiers. Acre Trader is just one of many companies launched in the past decade to facilitate the sale of farmland, which has increasingly become a staple in investor portfolios. Recently, it was revealed that this includes the investment portfolio of Vice Presidential.
And let me read to you a little further down. Acre Traders is just one of many companies launched in the past decade that facilitates the sale of farmland, which is increasingly becoming a staple in investor portfolios. Now, it also says in a social media post, Sarah Taber, a farm and food system strategist and the Democrat candidate of North Carolina Commissioner of Agriculture, described Acre Traders as Uber for buying U.S. farmland. Like Uber, Acre Traders makes it easier for more buyers to gain quick access to ordinarily expensive assets, and who's one of the key investors profiting off of every sale, Tabor said. Okay, so let me see what else it says. For Tabor, Vance's large investment portfolio in Acre Traders and a slew of other opaque startup companies raise questions about conflicts of interest and the mixing of venture capitalism and political pursuits. Vance 2022 portfolio also includes App Harvest, the startup company that promised to revolutionize farming and bring good jobs to Eastern Kentucky, only to quickly implode. These are ethical. There is an ethical cause for any venture capitalist to divest from their interest before running for political office at Tabor. Now, at this time, J.D. Vance was a senator. That is a political office. Okay. In an interview with Civil East, we don't know what he's incentivized to do. Acre Traders streamlines the process of investing in valuable farmland across the U.S. and Australia, from the flooded rice fields of the Mississippi Delta to the vast tracts of high-yield corn in the Midwest by placing the farmland in a limited liability corporation, LLC. You can then purchase shares in the LLC through a simple online process that takes just minutes. And the company explains in a tutorial video for prospective investors. Acre Trader handles the administrative details for you and works with the experienced farmers to manage the land. So, is it going to be since they have thrown all of the people who were working the farmlands and deported them, and a lot of them have self-deported? Will these old white people who inherit this land from their from their fathers, their forefathers, all the way back to slavery, are they going to have to slave in this land that they have used to own? Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? With the number of jobs that have been cut and lost, who's going to be working these farms for these billionaires and uh these hedge fund people? Who's going to be working these farms? Do you ever wonder? Do you wonder if there is one day going to be something that you want to protest? Because we know the corn industry is not coming back. We know the soybean industry is not coming back. We know that all of the fruits and vegetables, all of the other fruits and vegetables that we used to bring in from Mexico and Canada, they are no longer interested in trading with the United States. So is the United States still going to have to eat? Who you think is going to be working all these corporate farms? Do you think that there's something someday that there is something that you are going to want to protest? Let's not forget that slavery was the thing that catapulted the United States. Let's not forget that. I'm gonna give you this thing from Acre Trader. You can read it yourself. You can do with it as you want. You can wipe your ass with it and throw it in the trash for all I care. I'm just giving you the information. Let me see if he has something else he's going to share.
So I tried burning it. I tried giving it to charity, but then I was like, you know what? No. Let me invest in the demise of American farmers. And boy, can I tell you, the returns have been incredible. Acre Trader is part of a larger trend of the financialization of farmland. The last 2 decades have witnessed a sharp uptick in investor interest in farmland as investors seek to hedge against inflation and stock market volatility. Not that there's been a lot of that recently. And they've turned to it as a reliable bet. In recent years, bipartisan political leaders have pushed to curb foreign investments in U.S. farmland, citing the potential for a national security risk, which clearly J.D. Vance is like so concerned about, right? But earlier this week, where the Republican-controlled House, this article is from September, by the way, passed a bill restricting citizens from China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran from purchasing U.S. farmland. And yet somehow, J.D. Vance gets rich by owning an app that helps investors outside of the United States snap up real estate deals, including many family farms and rental properties that are then owned by people who have never and will never see those places and who only own those places to obtain money and power in our country.
Y'all waiting on? While you're all praising Elon Musk as he lies right through his fucking teeth to you and admits it. Says, we're not going to bat 1,000 every time, now are we? You people are a fucking clown show. Where's all you Republicans at that were claiming that liberals were selling all of our land to China and shit? Where are you at, dog? Where you at? Where are you at? Where
are you now? Okay, so there's that. I kind of got off on the Acre Trader thing. I had covered it once, but I find I would be remiss if I don't cover it while farmers are out here begging for relief. You're gonna get some relief, and your relief is going to be releasing yourself from your property. So let's talk about the economy a little bit, shall we? I have been telling you about things that are going on in our economy. So let's
join Republicans to fund a government that Trump is turning into a tool of authoritarian takeover. And in about 3 weeks, the government's funding will run out. Democrats will face a choice. Join Republicans to fund a government that Trump is turning into a tool of authoritarian
if you don't know, we are going to have to supply the budget again. Now, are they going to let the are they going to let the government shut down? We are approaching another debt crisis. Not debt. what do you call it? What do you call it? Where they're going to have to finance the government. They had pushed it back. You remember the most that they did was pushed it back. But now we're right into the regular last minute thing of funding of the government. So are they going to let the government shut down? I remember the last time the government shut down for its longest time. It was in 45-47's last administration. So here we are at the cusp of having this biting my nails thing. We gotta wait until the night before our deadline, and we have to fund the government. Where will we get the money from? Will there be more cuts from the right? Or would there be more? We must cover any spending that we do, as the Republicans just passed a bill that added $4 trillion to our deficit. Yes, y'all forgot about this regular song and dance in our government. It is time to fund the government again. If you forgot, if you thought the big beautiful bill was funding the government, no, that was tax cuts for the rich. Now it's time to fund the government.
Takeover and vengeance, or shut the government down. Democrats faced a version of this choice 6 months ago.
The chainsaw for bureaucracy.
We were in the full muzzle velocity stage of the presidency.
More mass firings in the U.S. government.
Froze federal funding on projects across the country.
He is taking retribution.
The law firms have to behave themselves.
Sweeping tariffs. But why Canada?
And Democrats at that moment seemed completely overwhelmed and outmatched.
We will win. We will win.
I kept hearing people say they lacked a message, but that's not what they lacked. What they lacked was power. They didn't have power. They didn't have the House or the Senate, but they did have one sliver of leverage. In order to fund the government, Senate Republicans needed Democratic votes. Not just 1 or 2 votes. They needed at least 7 Democrats to reach that magic 60-vote threshold in the Senate.
All eyes are on Democrats and what they'll do.
House Democrats wanted a shutdown.
But now I can report that the Senate Democratic leader himself, Chuck Schumer, has told Democrats that he plans to vote yes.
And he encouraged a crucial number of his colleagues to do the same. The bill passed.
I appreciate Senator Schumer, and I think he did the right thing.
To many Democrats, this seemed completely insane.
I think it is a huge slap in the face, and I think that there's a...
I was livid when Chuck Schumer voted that way. I was pissed. Go back in a couple of months. Yes, I was pissed that I think it was I would think it was 7 other senators who voted with him, and I put up the phone numbers before and after for you to call your senators. I was pissed. I remember.
Wide sense of betrayal.
This was Democrats' first real opportunity to fight back against Donald Trump. And what had they done? They'd folded immediately. What were they good for?
I'm afraid that it may be time for the Senate Democrats to pick new leadership as we move forward.
During this period, this early schism in Democratic strategy, I was talking to people on all sides of it. Hakeem Jeffries' argument was that a shutdown creates a crisis. A crisis creates attention, and attention gives Democrats the chance to make their case to the American people. Schumer's argument was threefold. First, Trump was being stopped in the courts. There were dozens of cases playing out against him, and he was losing again and again and again. Shut down the government, and you might eventually shut down the courts, freeing him from that constraint. Second, DOJ was trying to gut the executive branch. When the government falls into a funding crisis, the executive gets more authority to decide where the money the government does have goes. In that chaos, DOJ could go farther and faster. Third, the market was already quaking at the threat of Trump's tariffs.
Trump is calling it a period of transition, many investors perhaps seeing something more concerning.
If Democrats triggered a shutdown at that exact moment, at the moment Trump was creating an economic crisis, they would confuse who was to blame for all the turbulence. It's the first rule of politics. When your opponent is drowning, don't throw them a lifeline.
It was an act of strength, of courage, and I knew that most people wouldn't agree with me.
And to these three arguments, I thought there was a fourth. Democrats had not prepared for a shutdown. They had not explained to themselves or to the public why they would be shutting the government down or what they wanted to achieve. They had no strategy. They had no message. They didn't have any clear demands. The one demand I did hear them discussing was that the spending bill needed more bipartisan negotiation. It was just unbearably lame and off-key. And so if you had forced me to choose at that moment, I thought Schumer was probably right. It wasn't the time for a shutdown, in part because Democrats weren't prepared to win one. But that bill that passed back in March, funding the government, it runs out at the end of this month. And so now we're facing the question again. Should Senate Democrats partner with Senate Republicans to fund this government? And I don't see how they can. Not a single argument Schumer made then is valid now. First, Trump is not losing in the courts, not anymore.
This is the story that no one is talking about, and that's that the Trump administration is on a major winning streak right now at the Supreme Court.
On a recent episode, I asked the law professor Kate Shaw what powers the recent set of Supreme Court decisions seem to grant Trump that Barack Obama or Joe Biden just didn't think they had. Here's her answer.
I mean, I think refuse to spend money appropriated by Congress, remove heads of independent agencies protected by statute from summary firing, fire civil servants without cause, dismantle federal agencies, also just the practices under the Constitution. They didn't think they had the power to use the power of the state to reward friends and punish enemies and engage in self-dealing and enrichment. That is a preliminary list, but I think it's a long one.
Those powers Democrats were afraid of Trump getting, he's got them. Second, the scale of Doge's assault on the government has shrunk. Trump and Elon Musk went through a very messy and very public breakup. But the real reason it didn't continue, I think, is that now it's Trump appointees running these agencies. They don't want their own agencies wrecked. And either way, the Supreme Court has already given Trump vast power to reshape the federal workforce in the way he chooses. He doesn't need a shutdown to do it. Third, the markets have settled into whatever this new normal is, at least for now. Trump's tariffs are unpopular, but what damage they've done to him politically, they've already done, or they're only going to do over time, as price increases squeeze Americans. Democrats cannot stand back and hope the markets are going to do their work for them. But something else has changed too. We are no longer in the muzzle velocity stage of this presidency, where Donald Trump is trying things and seeing what sticks. We are in the authoritarian consolidation stage of this presidency. I want to be very clear about what I'm saying here. Donald Trump is corrupting the government. He's using it to hound his enemies, to line his pockets, and to entrench his own power. He is corrupting it the way the mafia would corrupt the industries it controlled. You could still, under mafia rule, get the trash picked up by cement, but the point of those industries had become the preservation and expansion of the mafia's power and wealth. This is what Donald Trump is doing to the government. This is what Democrats cannot fund. This is what they have to try to stop. Just in the last few months, we've watched Trump fire the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics because he didn't like the jobs data. We watched him fire the head of the Defense Intelligence Agency.
Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated.
After the agency suggested that the administration's strike on Iran only set their nuclear program back by a couple of months. We watched Trump muse about firing Jerome Powell because he wanted interest rates lower. Powell, of course, being the chair of the Federal Reserve. And now we're watching him try to fire Lisa Cook, a Federal Reserve governor, for alleged mortgage fraud. We've watched Trump sick his government on Senator Adam Schiff and Attorney General Tish James of New York. Again, allegations of mortgage fraud. I'm going to note that this is not coming after the Trump administration conducted an exhaustive review of the mortgage documents of every person serving in the executive branch right now. This is just what authoritarian governments do. They have a lot of information, they look hard enough, and everyone has either done something wrong, or even if they haven't, you can cause them a lot of trouble by just saying they have. We've watched Trump suggest the FCC should pull the broadcast licenses for NBC and ABC.
Because they are so biased and untruthful, an actual threat to our democracy.
We watched the Trump administration force the resignation of a series of Republican prosecutors because they would not drop their case against New York Mayor Eric Adams. And the Trump administration seemed to have decided it'd be more convenient to have Adams in their pocket than defending himself in court.
The Trump administration is weighing potential job offers for Mayor Adams.
John Bolton became a critic of Trump's after serving in his first administration.
No, I don't think he's competent to be president. I think that his political instincts are all about Donald Trump.
A couple of weeks ago, Trump's FBI raided his house. Chris Christie, the former New Jersey governor, criticized Trump on TV.
Donald Trump sees himself as the person who gets to decide everything. He absolutely rejects the idea that there should be separation between criminal investigations and the politically elected leader of the United States.
When I listen to Chris speak his hate, I say, oh, what about the George Washington Bridge? You know, he blamed other people, but he knew all about it. So no, I don't know if they want to look at it. It's not for me. If they want to look at it, they can.
Trump has an enemies list, and he's using the power of the federal government to punish and harass his foes.
And in my opinion, they're really corrupt and they're illegal. What they do is illegal.
We've watched the Trump family invest heavily in crypto, starting its own coins and companies, and then use their political power and fame to hoover in investment. We've watched over the past few years as the Saudi and the Qataris and the Emiratis have made huge investments, billions of dollars, in Trump family businesses and crypto coins. In March, Forbes estimated that Trump's worth had more than doubled to more than $5 billion just over the past year. It pays to be king, Forbes wrote. Pays to be king. We've watched Trump deploy the National Guard to Los Angeles and then to Washington, D.C., with more cities expected to come under federal military occupation soon.
Mind up on Chicago, though? Well, we're going in. I didn't say when. We're going in.
We've watched masked ICE agents conducting raids all over the country, refusing to reveal their faces, badge numbers, or warrants.
No, you can't!
We've watched Trump systematically purge the government of inspector generals, of JAGs, of military officers, of federal prosecutors, anyone who seems like they might stand in the way of his corruption or his accumulation or exercise of power. It is an astonishing fact that the January 6th rioters have been pardoned and dozens of the Justice Department lawyers who prosecuted them have been fired. You often hear this line, this is how authoritarianism happens. No, this is authoritarianism happening. Look at Donald Trump. In his Oval Office festooned with gold, his masked agents roaming the streets. Listen to these cabinet meetings where his appointees compete to lavish him with the kind of praise that would have made Fidel Castro blush.
And there's only one thing I wish for, that Nobel Committee finally gets its act together and realizes that you are the single finest candidate since the this Nobel Award was ever talked about to receive that reward.
Mr. President, I invite you to see your big, beautiful face on a banner in front of the Department of Labor, because you are really the transformational president of the American worker.
Tell me that is not what authoritarianism looks and sounds like. And so the question is, what are Democrats going to do about it? What can they do about it? I think the case for a shutdown is this. A shutdown is an intentional event. It's an effort to turn the diffuse crisis of Trump's corrupting the government into an acute crisis that the media, that the public will pay attention to. Right now, Democrats have no power, so no one cares what they have to say. A shutdown would make people listen. But then Democrats would have to actually win the argument. They would need to have an argument. In my head, the argument is something like this. Donald Trump won the election. He is the legitimate president. His government should be funded so long as it is acting the way the government is supposed to, serving the people, being held accountable. But there are red lines that cannot be crossed. ICE can conduct legitimate deportations, but it can't be masked men roaming the streets, refusing to identify themselves or their authority.
Remember your right to remain silent.
The Trump family cannot be hoovering in money and investments from the countries that depend on us and fear our power and our sanctions. There have to be inspectors general and JAGs and career prosecutors watching to make sure the government is being run on behalf of the people rather than on behalf of the Trump family. Democrats would have to pick a small set of policies that represent the larger set of problems and stick to them. They'd have to choose those policies wisely. They'd have to hold the line even when it got tough. And right now, Democrats have not picked those policies. They've not settled on that message. Right now, they are no more prepared for a shutdown than they were in March. There's an ongoing debate inside the party on whether they should talk about Trump's corruption and authoritarianism at all, or instead just say that armed troops in D.C. are a distraction from the price of groceries and healthcare. And look, the reality is that Democrats' best issue is healthcare. Trump has looted Medicaid to pay for tax cuts for him and his friends, and Democrats should never let the voters forget it. But I don't think it's impossible to turn these two realities into one story.
Corruption is why you pay a fortune for prescriptions. Corruption is why your insurance claim keeps getting denied. So Trump promised to attack a broken system. I get it. Ripe target. But here's the thing, he's a crook. And a con man. and he wants to be a king. Yes, the system really is rigged, but Trump's not unrigging it. He's re-rigging it for himself.
I think that argument works. But I am, to be clear, on the side of this debate that says Democrats cannot pretend this is a normal Republican administration and a normal political moment. They cannot ignore masked men in the streets, armed troops in the cities, billions of dollars of money going into the Trump family's pockets, an administration that spins off multiple scandals in a week that would have consumed other presidencies for years. If Democrats cannot make an issue out of all that, then they're screwed. And
if they can't make an issue out of all of that, they should not be running. If they cannot start turning down this APEC money that keep them shut, their mouths shut, only to get money, they should be thrown out of office. And who's up next? Who's up next in all of these Democrat seats that are sitting by quietly. There should be so much organizing for these 2026 midterm elections, and they're on mute. Let's keep it clear. There should be so much organization going on, but they're on mute. Let's be clear.
so are we. And you know what? We might be. Even if Democrats could agree on a message, do they have the messengers? Have Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer distinguished themselves this year as able to win an argument?
Not at all. They haven't even put up an argument.
Are they going to hold the line as national parks close down, as federal employees are furloughed, if checks stop going out the door, if flights are delayed because air traffic controllers aren't getting paid? I don't know that they will.
We all want to pursue a bipartisan, bicameral appropriations process.
It is absolutely the case Democrats could lose a shutdown. But whatever they're doing right now, it's not called winning. According to Gallup, the Democratic Party is polling at 34%, lower than Donald Trump, lower than the Republican Party, the lowest level in the decades the Gallup has been asking the question. What's happening here is...
And the reason why they're losing is they're not supporting candidates that are winning. Let's keep it. They have a losing message, and the people who have come out and won in all these off elections are winning, and seats at that 45, 47 has won in double digits. The seat in Iowa, there was another seat that was just won last night, and Hakeem Jeffries can't fix his fucking mouth to support the candidate, the front runner for mayor in New York City, in his same fucking district, Mondani, because Hakeem Jeffries is so awash in AIPAC money that he hems and haws and will not support the front runner. And what is the front runner's agenda? Is to take care of the American people, to make a living in America more affordable for American cities. But he can vote on things that will prevent. He can vote against bills that are set up to not send Israel any money. He can vote against that shit. He can vote against your own interests. I used to love me some Hakeem Jeffries. Lord, I sure did. But I cut him dead. If he tried to bullshit the public and you guys continue to vote for Hakeem Jeffries. He's a loser. He's trash.
The Democrats are so unpopular because their own side is losing faith in them. One flashing warning sign is fundraising. Democrats are just failing to raise money. The Democratic National Committee under Ken Martin has just been a disaster. At the end of June, the DNC had $15 million on hand, as compared to the RNC's $80 million. And it's just been consumed with infighting. That matters. Enthusiasm matters. The trust of your base matters. Democrats don't just need people to want them to win. They need people willing to help them win, make them win. The political scientist Russell Hardin made an argument I've been thinking about a lot. Power is a coordination problem. Everyone in society, every person, every institution is a node of coordination. The secret of society is people do what others do. And so if you look at Democrats in Congress right now, the signal they're sending is to not take any risks. Everything is normal. Just wait for the election and hope for the best. I think both that strategy, but also sending that signal is a mistake. The 2026 midterms are 14 months away. The machinery of the state is being organized to entrench Republican power through redistricting, to control information, to punish and harass enemies, to create a masked paramilitary force roaming the streets. Do you just let that roll forward and hope for the best? I'm not going to tell you I'm sure Democrats shut down the government. I'm not. At the same time, joining Republicans to fund this government is worse than failing at opposition.
Mr. Good, your picture is inappropriate. Your picture, me hitting on your comments with that inappropriate picture. I don't know if you're here to cause my channel harm. If you want to continue to comment in my chat, I would appreciate it if you would change that inappropriate picture. Yes, it is bigger than race and ethnicity. No one said it was about race and ethnicity. Now it has always been about the rich and the poor. It has always been a class warfare. That the rich try to send out dog whistles to make the ignorant believe that it's somebody else who is oppressing them, so they won't look at the real oppressors, the rich. Oh, hell no! I concur. Yeah. It has always been class warfare, disguised as something different, trying to otherize people and trying to get poor white people, poor black people, rich black people to pretend like they are something they are not, but other than exposable, expendable, not needed.
That is complicity. Democratic leaders have had 6 months to come up with a plan. If there is a better plan than a shutdown, great. But if the plan is still nothing, act normal and hope for the best, then Democrats need new leaders.
I concur. Okay, so I just wanted to give you guys a little bit of that. Now, let me let's go over and see what was going on. Oh my God, on Abby Phillips' show. CNN is always sure to promote this right-wing hate talk every chance that they get. Let me share this with you.
And it's safe and right for everybody involved.
Now, Mike Johnson, okay, let me change it. Although I was covered, it's just me in undies. I'll change it. Yes, it's too bad. It is too bad. People are reporting pages over here, and these ignorant people would be also glad to report my page because they're stupid bitches over here. So please change it. Now, Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, said that Democrat cities should yield. You should be made to yield and to welcome this authoritarian play out in your cities with these National Guards and the militaries coming to your cities.
Guys, we got Marvel's Kingpin today and the long-lost Hanson brother. This was an interesting conversation until the Hanson brother lost her mind. Let's get into this segment and we'll talk about it.
Dinner and a show.
The president staging a photo op at a steakhouse tonight in D.C., just 2 blocks from the White House. Despite facing protesters inside that restaurant, he says his visit is proof that his takeover is working. And the data shows that it is. Crime is down, including violent offenses, but also down is tourism and restaurant reservations, according to a CNN analysis. And as Donald Trump threatens to send troops to other cities, one of the leaders of his own party, in which many adopted the "don't tread on me" mantra, has this message to Democratic mayors.
This is common sense, and I cannot for the life of me understand how the Democrats think this is some sort of winning political message. Yield, man. Let the troops come into your city and show how crime can be reduced. It's a
Yield, man. Okay, so he is talking to black cities as if they are animals. Yield as if they are dogs. As if they are what did 4547 say that everybody was should have been so comfortable with in saying that the immigrants were poisoning the blood and all of this vermin type of talk. Now let's not pretend that he reckoned black cities as dogs. Let's not pretend that he didn't. Who else have you heard of this motherfucker who has to have an app on his phone that alerts his son if he has gone on a porn site? But this motherfucker. Who else have you heard that has an app on his phone to alert his son if he goes on a porn site? And what type of porn might it be when the religious pastor that he happens to have to bunk with shows up in some flamboyant panties allegedly when press rang the doorbell to see where Johnson was living? Okay. And he wants to talk about, and let's not forget about, okay, let's continue.
I'll boost for the country, and it's safe and right for everybody involved.
Yield. Let the troops come in. I am really surprised to hear conservatives kind of arguing for troops to be marching in American cities and for states and cities to yield to a federal government. Whatever happened to federalism? I ask that question a lot here.
I just came through Union Station this week, and I travel through Union Station all the time. Without question, feel safer going through Union Station now. You know, it's a better feeling. You go through, you feel safer. You're not getting approached by folks. You don't feel like you're in any jeopardy. And look, I'm a big guy. I don't feel in jeopardy often, but going through there late at night.
So you're a big pussy. So you're a big pussy. So people who have no options, no transportation, have no option but to go through there, but you're a big pussy. And it's about how your big pussy ass feels. It's not about your feelings. It's about the Constitution, and it's about the rights of every citizen. It ain't about you and how you feel. What DC should change to what make you motherfuckers feel a certain type of way when you go through DC to fucking sit up and demonize everyone but yourself and your beliefs. The fuck out of here. If you don't feel safe, don't go, bitch. Ain't nobody making you go to DC. If I didn't feel safe taking a job somewhere where I did not feel safe, I would not take that job. If I had a job and when I got off a job and I got outside, I felt safe, I would find a different job, bitch. Don't nobody give a fuck about you and your feelings. This is bullshit.
Before, definitely, watching over my shoulder. Don't have that issue anymore. Whether that needs to take place in every other city in America, I think it depends upon the circumstance. And it really depends upon the mayors and the governors of those states inviting them in. DC is a unique situation. So I know in Pennsylvania, Shapiro has said.
And you would notice that they are not going in Chicago. It seems like Pritzker telling them, unilaterally that they are not welcome to his city, and now it all of a sudden, if you would notice that 4547, well, if he asked me to come, you already knew he didn't want you to come. Why would you turn around and say if he would ask you to come? Now this fat fuck sitting up here, well, I don't know why they wouldn't let him in. Now the argument is they should want them in. They should want them in. No more of this roughshod shit. But now we have this Charlie Kirk thing where the base is seething and flipping over chairs about Democrats not having to have the rights as every citizen in the United States. Actually said that every Democrat should be arrested. All the Democrat elected officials should be arrested, and we should be put up on RICO charges.
We got it under control. I think the mayor has said the same thing in Philadelphia, where I'm from. We do have a homeless issue. We do have crime issues in Philadelphia. The crime is certainly down there. I think it depends. In places like Chicago.
So they said we don't need you for the crime thing, but they alerted you to their homeless situation. So what have you guys offered to help these cities with the problems that they do have, that they do say they have? When you're what was the amount? They were spending over $1 million a day to have those troops in Washington, D.C. And amounts that they could have taking care of the homeless for a whole year. They were spending daily in D.C. So what have you done to address the homeless situation? We're just gonna brush over that. As long as they're out of our sight, we don't care where they go. We are not offering mental health to anyone. We're going to act like homeless people just want to be homeless. We're going to act like mental ill people just want to be out in the middle of the street, spinning in circles and running in front of cars. Is that what we're doing?
You see this fight going on time and time again, where crime is rampant in the city of Chicago. I think they should probably consider it.
But should they just yield to the federal government and to troops?
No, I live in Los Angeles, and we didn't invite federal troops to come in. Donald Trump just sent them in, same way he's trying to do in Baltimore and Chicago. And even though D.C. is different, D.C. didn't ask for this either. I lived in D.C., I lived in Chicago, L.A., New York. I've lived in a lot of big cities. I've never really felt unsafe walking through Union Station. And maybe it's different. Maybe I'm different from you or something, but I think
you're gay, but you're not even a pussy. You're gay, but he's a bigger pussy. And they want to act like gay men are so effeminate. Look at this big lump of lard sitting next to you talking about, oh, I was scared of going through Union Station. Can you imagine?
the idea that having National Guard troops, armed men and women standing around is threatening to me as a black man. It doesn't make me feel safer. It makes me feel less safe. It makes me feel uncomfortable. And quite honestly, it's unsustainable. You can't continue to have National Guard troops or federal troops standing outside federal buildings or local city buildings for a continued period of time and expect people to feel safe like that. That's the reason why tourism is down. It's not a productive method to solve crime.
Well, listen, I'm,
Come on, Kingpin. How can you be afraid? You're Kingpin. But in all seriousness, I think he has a point there. I actually think he's one of the reasonable Republicans, at least from what I...
Brown people are treated in America because people...
The answers really lie.
I just came from out of the country. Tourism is down all over the United States. I'm from South Florida. I'm from Miami. They are hurting terribly as well. Tourism is down because people...
Well, they have something to look forward to. The fake no tax on tips, even though the economy is going to have it so bad that regular Americans cannot even go out to eat. And we know 9 times out of 10, those rich fucks don't give a fuck about even leaving a tip unless it's included in their bill. But they continue to include it in the bills of big black parties of people who come to their restaurant and who actually spend money money there, but they will not put an automatic tip on these rich motherfuckers who write on their tickets that they're gonna call ICE on you. No tax on tips, Florida, who overwhelmingly voted for 45, 47. How many waitresses and wait staffs are going to be laid off due to this economy with no tourism and no Americans able to even afford to buy groceries, much less go out to eat? Oh, I forget. Ignorant motherfuckers will call in what is that? What is that? Uber Eats on their EBT cards like they flossing until all their EBT money is spent up in Philadelphia. They don't even know how to cook. They probably don't even have appliances to cook. But think they are flossing with no teeth, ordering Uber Eats. What could you possibly order from Uber Eats that is so delectable when you don't even have motherfucking teeth in your mouth? Bragging about Uber Eats when we know you are a whole motherfucking recipient of welfare. But motherfuckers are out here wanting to floss, pretend like they are something they are not, and don't know a goddamn thing about the impact of them being dumb motherfuckers is about to have on their lives. I don't know where that came from.
From across the world are seeing the way brown people are treated in America, are seeing the persecution of immigrants and Latinos, are hearing about the civil rights violations, are hearing about the difficulties in getting visas, the penalties, and they just don't want to come to America. People who used to come to America a lot for shopping, for tourism, to go to Washington, to go to Disney World, are not coming to America. We have had now tens of billions of dollars of loss of tourism revenue. And it's part of what we're seeing in this economy.
I want to talk about something that's happening like right now, though. I'm running for Congress in Chicago. Trump has set his sights on Chicago. People are preparing for an invasion by federal troops, by the federal government in Chicago. And we're already seeing this with ICE. This is scary. Crime is down. And if we actually want to address crime, we would address meeting people's material needs. The other week, last weekend, I was at the Broadview facility, which is this detention center where ICE is basing most of its operations. And they are detaining pregnant women and grandmothers. It is supposed to be a processing facility where people only stay for 12 hours at a time, but that's not the case. So people are staying there without beds, without hygienic products. They are sleeping on concrete. Last Friday morning, we were out there protesting. We were singing songs, holding signs. I was knitting. And these ICE agents, I bring my knitting places. Okay. But so ICE agents, hold on. These ICE agents are terrorizing our community. They're going in with masks because they're cowards. They are boarding up their windows for peaceful protesters. And I encourage anyone in Illinois watching this to join us at 1930 Beach Street this Friday at 7 a.m.
What you said is something that's very troubling. It's been debunked extensively. I've been seeing a lot of discourse online about this. This idea that poverty somehow drives violent crime. We're seeing this now in the wake of the horrific tragedy against that poor Ukrainian woman in North Carolina. The studies are very clear on this. Poverty does not drive.
Okay. I've never talked about this. Yes, that is poverty. That is these federal and state agencies are cutting off mental health. Now, they want someone with schizophrenia to go to jail for life. But when Daniel Penny choked out that passenger, what happened to him? There were no cries for him to go to jail for a day. In fact, there were GoFundMes that I think they raised more than $1 million for Daniel Penny, and there was he was found not guilty of his crime, and he was invited to I believe it was a baseball game with J.D. Vance and 45-47. But all of this outcry, not about our mental health system that a Republican Ronald Reagan shut down as being wanting to cut a Medicaid, so that people who have real insurance have hard enough time finding a primary physician. So do you think the poor and the mentally ill is having a better time finding somebody to treat them? There are no places, long-term care to treat them. But nobody has a problem with them just spending their days riding on trains, laying in their own feces in the street. Nobody finds a need to do anything to them unless they harm a pretty white woman. Let's continue. This is some bullshit.
Violent crime, because if you apply social services and income transfer programs, minimal impact on violent crime. So really, it has something to do with the fact that a lot of these blue cities are extremely accommodative of criminals.
If we actually want to talk about crime
the
rates, look at
institution.
Okay. Now, she brought up him, and then she brought up these blue cities. But is South Carolina a blue city? I don't know what city this happened in. South Carolina is a red state. You don't even have the right to sue for being fired in North Carolina, at will state. And you are trying to appear like people are just okay. So are the mentally ill only apt to kill white women, and that you care about it? Black women are killed all the time by mentally ill people, and there's nothing that's said about that. What about the people who actually live in certain communities where there are mentally untreated, mentally ill people that also live in that community? But she wants to bring up one instance of someone who has schizophrenia and apply it to crime. This fucking cunt. The fuck out of my face.
First of all, time out. What research are you talking about? All the research that I've seen shows that socioeconomic factors do contribute to crime. If you want to reduce crime permanently, you don't just send in troops and police officers. You give people jobs and healthcare, mental health care services, and substance abuse treatment, and affordable housing.
I hear you on those substance abuse treatment.
It's not just one thing. It's not just poverty. It's a combination.
She can only hear him on substance abuse treatment, as if everyone who has mental health problem has substance abuse issues, as if this was a substance abuse issue, and it totally ignoring his schizophrenia. She couldn't hear him on mental health help. She could only hear him on substance abuse treatment, when it has been clarified in every report that he is a schizophrenic. Chaba.
Different factors that contribute to stability in communities that discourage crime.
In
you
North
can't say
Carolina,
that's not true. I want to see what data you're pointing to that says that's not true.
No, unfortunately, when income transfer programs are applied to low-income communities, there is a
income transfer program.
as in like giving them resources to fix the fact that they are poor.
Guaranteed income in Chicago has had
What are you talking
fantastic
about?
results.
Like a welfare? What are you
Yeah,
saying?
like stipends of that
Because
nature
it's
to
not just-
appease their, or to basically
Because
fix
it's
their
not just about.
She don't even know what terminology to use. She doesn't even know what she's talking about. Income transfer, but you have no problem transferring income to the rich. You know, the stipend or something like that. You don't have any problem stipending billionaires.
About giving somebody money, it's look. If I grow up in a community where I don't have a family that has the same educational background as you do, they don't have the same healthcare access that you do, they don't have the same access to schools that you do, just because you give me some money, that's not going to solve the problem. I'm still going to have structural inequities that have to be dealt with. All those things have to be resolved. If you could just send more cops into a community and solve crime, then New York City would be one of the safest places in America, even though it is one of the safest places in America before that. But
New York City doesn't have enough.
But New York City has 40,000 police officers, more than any other city in the country.
And they're overwhelmed, and they're being asked to do things that are not their duties. To do things like responding to mental health calls.
And the reason why they are their duty is to respond to mental health calls, and many times unsuccessfully because they are not trained to take these calls. That is the whole point, you stupid bitch. You put money to staff somebody to take these calls and handle them the right way upon the education that they have to handle these problems. Stupid.
Doing that, and I agree with you on that.
Hold
That's
on
why
a
you
second.
shouldn't have
I
to do
mean,
that.
this is actually
She's literally making the argument for defund the police, right? And having police officers focusing on actual crime and not more social issues, right? Like,
including one of the people running for mayor.
no one's really trying to fix the issue of how the F did we get here?
How
Isn't it
the
quite
F did we
obvious?
get here? From taking money from the communities that you feel that should pull themselves up by the bootstraps. And now you know, even when we do give them something, they don't do anything from themselves in their crumbling communities. Let's continue. Bullshit.
You're actually making an argument that many liberals make, including one of the people running for mayor of New York, which is that police officers shouldn't be responding to mental health calls.
Exactly.
In fact, in the case of that guy who murdered that young woman, when he was arrested for that offense in January for calling 911, the police came and said, "We're not equipped to deal with this. This is a medical issue."
Yes.
And so a lot of liberals have been accused of appeasing crime by saying, actually, maybe cops shouldn't be answering those calls.
But what you're
maybe there should be people who actually have expertise in mental health.
Let's take Elijah McCain, who they say, I believe, was having a mental health episode. Let's take so many people who have been shot down by police. Even when the caller tell them that the person is having a mental health episode, that is not a call for the police. There, it is 2025. We're the richest nation in the world, and we don't have anybody to properly send these calls to. But we're okay, and it's never the policeman's fault when someone's having a mental health episode gets gunned down by the police. Make that make sense.
Who should be answering those calls?
Or we bring back institutionalization, which there's been a taboo and a stigma on for a long time.
Who's going to take the call, Caroline?
I'm not sure who's going to take the call, but I do know that they should go to institution.
I don't know. I don't care who take the call. Just lock them up. Send them to institution. Every person who is having a mental health crisis is not to the point where they need to be institutionalized. But I don't care. Just get them out of my sight.
I think that's my point, is that where they go after
going
the
to
call
fund
is
the
made
institutions when
is a
Trump
whole
is
other
cutting
story.
funds for all of these things.
Let's talk about this executive order with institutionalization, where it essentially says anyone that's homeless or deemed mentally ill by the state can be institutionalized. First off, Trump is cutting almost every single service that would go to actually getting people mental health services or medical care. Second, that means that anyone could be deemed unhoused or mentally ill and thrown wherever Trump or an administration thinks they belong.
What programs have been shut down?
And that's exactly what he did in D.C. About the homeless people. He said that the homeless people will have to get off the streets. They will be arrested. Either they will be arrested, they will be put into some drug treatment program, or they will be institutionalized. Let that sink in. Let that sink in.
I'm just wondering, I mean, but
There's actually a
hold on,
hospital that's
Kat,
being
let me
closed
ask you a
down because of
question,
Medicaid
though.
cuts.
Let me ask you a question about that, though. If someone is, in fact, homeless or mentally ill, what do you think should happen to them?
We actually, in my campaign office, we use it as a mutual aid hub. So we have a lot of food and water, clothes, hygiene products that people can access at any time. We actually work a lot with homeless people, and we connect them with resources in our community. There are tons of groups in every major city, but especially in Chicago, that are looking for direct action. The Niles Township Food Pantry is a respite
mentally
center.
ill aren't the same thing.
No, but one exacerbates the other. And so
Sure, but Kat, but hold on. But you have to acknowledge that there are some people who do need a long-term care and they need wraparound services, not just, piecemeal stuff. And I think
absolutely
one of the
she just said wraparound services. And if you don't have wraparound services to see when these people are off their meds, they are falling down falling down a crack of not as a smoking crack, but they are falling down by the wayside. You need wraparound services to make sure that their housing is taken care of, their mental health is taken care of, any type of jobs, any type of paperwork they need. That's called wraparound services. You just don't say you're homeless. Either you're gonna go to jail, you're gonna go to treatment. I ain't on drugs, but we're gonna send you to the mental hospital because you're homeless. As we're firing every person we can without cause. Let's continue.
discussions that we've had earlier this week is that one of the failures that we have is that we have not figured out how to actually provide that kind of care. That, if someone is actually seriously mentally ill, maybe on the verge of violence, where do they go?
We're unwilling
Except
to
on the
put
street.
in
Or
the
North Carolina, not on the
resources
verge
to
of
that. We say
violence,
throw them to
actually
jail.
demonstrated violence in the past and nobody flagged it. Actually, the police, to your point, said, we're going to refer you to more resources, and that went nowhere. So there were multiple...
Nobody flagged it. He served time for his violent offenses.
Not for his schizophrenia.
That's not
a crime.
That's not a crime.
No, I know, but I'm saying that was compounding this entire issue.
Yeah, I know,
the
but I'm
fact that he
saying
lashed out violently on that
I know,
train.
I'm just saying, he did actually serve time for the violent offenses that he committed.
But he was a career criminal, a repeat offender who was let back onto our streets despite a really bad criminal record that suggests he should have been locked away for life because he was threatening the public.
He should have been locked away for life after he served his time in jail. Because of his prior record, he should have been locked away for life. She said nothing about knowing that he's schizophrenic. They should have ensured that he had mental health care before letting him out. Nothing about just because of a schizophrenic's history of violent crime, which could be contributed to his mental illness. Oh, no. Nothing about getting mental illness help. This is what these Republicans are trying to do to people. God forbid you have any mental health illness. This is what they want to lock you behind the walls of prison.
Menace to society.
He should have been locked away for life for what now?
He should have schizophrenia.
You want him to?
You actually said that. I can't believe you actually said that. Somebody should be locked away in jail forever for schizophrenia. Did you really say that?
Isolated.
Did you really say that?
In an institution.
No, you said no. You didn't say institution. You said he should be locked away in jail for life for his past crimes, and they asked you specifically, what should he? Let's play. I ain't gonna go back.
You said that somebody should be locked away in jail for.
But he was a career criminal, a repeat offender who was let back onto our streets despite a really bad criminal record that suggests he should have been locked away for life because he was threatening the public. He was a menace to...
You said he was a repeat offender and he should have been locked away for life because he was threatening the public and he was a menace to society. And you are not talking about any institution other than he should have been locked away in jail for his life. That's what you said. Now she realized how stupid what she said sounds, and she's trying to go back and lie and pretend like she said something different.
The society.
He should have been locked away for life for what now?
He should have schizophrenia.
You want him to?
You actually said that. I can't believe you actually said that somebody should be locked
he should-
away in jail forever for
How about
schizophrenia. Did you really say that?
Isolated.
Did you really say that?
In an institution.
Is this actually?
Institutionalized. What you're saying is that this man should have been roaming the
I'm
streets.
saying
Is
that you
your
don't lock
position?
people in prison for schizophrenia.
An
And that sounds-
institution.
Well,
An
what kind of
institution.
institutions in terms of mental health care
Yes,
services?
yes.
If you're talking about providing full wraparound services for people, I understand that. But at some point, people do get out when they have been treated and rehabilitated.
Sure, but that didn't happen here. He didn't go to an institution at all.
But you're
and so he
advocating.
stabbed a woman.
Are
Said
you
he should be
advocating
locked
that
away
people-
And you never said that he should go to any institution and be rehabilitated. You said based upon his prior record, he should already have been locked away in jail forever. Therefore, you were trying to say he shouldn't have been out based upon his prior record to be able to commit the crime against the woman that you guys are clutching your pearls about. Somebody, I think it was Nina Turner, she said, you guys are always talking about how beautiful and how pretty she was. If she was an ugly white woman, would you care this much? I think she said if she was an overweight, ugly white woman, would you care this much? Let's continue.
Right.
I just want to make
There's thousands and thousands of people in America, more than tens, hundreds of thousands, who have been diagnosed with schizophrenia that are walking around and that are leading fairly normal lives because they are under treatment.
A lot of people
So we're
who
not.
are
Are we
mentally ill
going
are
to
not
lock
violent.
up everybody with schizophrenia for life?
He demonstrated.
This is what happens when you get out of the little conservative right wing little ecosphere. She was panicking there. She was no. She tried to retract what she was saying.
Mm-hmm.
Who had to take anger back.
Violent proclivities repeatedly.
He said he should.
So effing silly.
Violent proclivities repeatedly.
You said he should be locked away for
Repeatedly.
life for schizophrenia.
He
That
should
is what
be
you said.
institutionalized. Yes, and if you're saying
All
he
right.
should not, you're saying that young women like you and me are basically just we're lambs into the slaughter. You go on public transportation in this city, that could happen to any single one of us.
I use public transit constantly. That is completely unhinged, frankly. People shouldn't be locked away for mental illness. They should be treated for it.
in an institution. Yes.
For life?
What's this?
Should be
Okay,
isolated
we gotta-
from
we're gonna-
society for
hold on,
life.
we're gonna-
as long as they
we're
are a
gonna-
liability to the public safety,
Hold on a second.
absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely.
We're gonna leave it. We're gonna leave it there because I don't think we can fully unpack.
But what does that liability mean? What does that mean? Like, obviously, they're not going to put someone out in the street that they think is going.
Okay, so this is the type of rhetoric that the right wing puts out all the time. As long as the voices tell him to leave us alone. She doublespeak her doublespeak skills are whack. I'm about to fry some chicken. I'm listening. Okay, I appreciate you changing your picture, Mr. Good. I feel that should be the police job as well, as far as detaining crazy. Okay. I do feel that the police should accompany if the person is violent. I do believe the whole system should be melded together, and when a mental health worker has to go out on a call in many big cities or cities that I'm familiar with, if the mental health worker requests a cop to be on scene to if they feel that they are in danger. Now, they are able to call out the cops to assist in this. But I definitely believe that cops are not equipped. Some may be. Maybe it would be something good if they incorporated enough mental health workers actually in the police force to take these calls. But what's going on now is not working. And just shooting people when you come upon them and they are not in any condition to follow commands, and they are shot down, that's not working. That is not a good thing. That was wild. All right, Mr. Good Good. I appreciate you for coming out. My whole intent was to get into that that Charlie Kirk thing. Now, a great man once said, these people like to come out and say all of this crazy stuff, but a great mind once said, and I'm going to leave you with this, and this is how I feel about this whole Charlie Kirk situation, and that's it, and that's all, and I don't feel no other way about it. All right, guys.
Dr. Umar is a disgrace.
Thank you for coming out. Please hit the like button, share. I appreciate you guys for being here. Bye, Bernice.